Recording in progress. Morning, everyone. We'll be getting started in sort of 7 minutes. I just want to check if you can hear me okay.
Hi,
Rowena. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can, yes.
It's just I'm causing an echo, so hang on a second. Or am I not? Yeah, I think I've got rid of the echo. Good morning. So yeah, the few people coming into the room now. So I think, as you said, 6 minutes, and we'll be ready to go. Good morning again.
Thanks very much, Adam. If I could just ask the panel to just do a quick check of whether their audio and visual works.
Yes, good morning,
Manal?
Rowena. Can you hear me? Yeah, Manal speaking. Good morning, everyone.
I can. Thanks very much. Chris?
Yeah, morning, Rowena. Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear. Fazna?
Hi. Hope you can hear me. That's a full room you're in.
I can hear you. Ajit?
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Thanks. Sam?
Hi, everyone. This is Sam.
Perfect. That's almost everyone. I think Nick is due to join us shortly, so I'll just check his when we join as well. Otherwise, we'll just wait a few minutes before we get started.
Hi, sorry, were you waiting for me to say something? It's Adam. I'd walked away from the mic, so everything's looking very good. Your sound was good, so let's see how we get people joining the room. We're about 15, I think, at the moment, and some familiar faces, so very nice to see people.
Thanks, Adam. No, that's fine. I think we're just gonna chill out, wait. Everyone can grab another cup of coffee if they need it. And I think Nick is on his way soon, so he's the final panel member that we need to check audio for, and then we'll be good to start at the allocated time. Hi, Nick. Could you just check your audio, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Also, could you change your name on Zoom from Oxford Try? Just to avoid confusing people.
Yeah, I don't know how I can do that. Let me see. I have to find an account. I have to find a corporate account of Zoom, and I don't have one, so I have to use my Tri Club one.
Maybe we could ask the IGF tech support to rename Nick.
I can probably do it. But...
All right. For everyone watching and in the room, Oxford Try is Nick Wimben-Smith. So we will kick off now. Thanks. We've got the whole panel. So welcome to our open forum on strengthening the multi-stakeholder collaboration on DNS abuse. My name is Rowena Shu. I work for the DNS Abuse Institute, which was set up by Public Interest Registry. I won't go into too much of what we do in terms of our activities on this panel. There's another lightning session later today if you'd like to learn more about that. This panel is here to discuss DNS abuse, what it is, what acting at the DNS layer means, when it's appropriate, and how the multi-stakeholder model fits into that. We're really trying to make this accessible, and so I'm going to ask everybody to try to refrain from using acronyms as much as possible. When you do use them, just explain what they mean for the context of people who might not be aware. So I'll start us off with DNS. So DNS is the domain name system. It is a name tool that is used to navigate the internet. It is probably one of the only centralized components of the global internet infrastructure system. And that centralization involves a multi-stakeholder policy-making organization called ICANN. ICANN is where different groups from different parts of the community come together. And a lot of the people you see here on this panel today are involved in that policy-making process. They represent different constituencies. And I just want to note that for the context of this panel, they're generally talking in their personal capacity rather than the groups within ICANN that they represent, unless they state otherwise while they're talking. So one other thing to understand about the structure of ICANN is that there's a distinction between country code top-level domains, which are also referred to as TLDs or CCTLDs, and generic top-level domains, so GTLDs. That distinction is important because it influences how policies are made for those different types of registry operators. So the country codes are much more independent, and they make policies aligned to their national jurisdictional expectations, but they often use a form of multi-stakeholder policy to do that. The GTLDs are bound by the policies that are made within ICANN through that multi-stakeholder model. So without further ado, I think I'll introduce the panel briefly, and then we'll kick off with the first question, which is going to be, what does DNS abuse look like? So joining me on the call today, I have a really excellent panel to help us discuss this. So I have Bazna Abadi, who is the founder of Digital Medusa. I have Sam Demetrio, who works for VeriSign, who run .com, and she's also the chair of the registry stakeholder group within ICANN. I have Manal Ismail, who's from the National Telecommunications Regulatory Authority, and also from the government the GAC. I'm going to try not to use acronyms. The government, I can't remember what it stands for, but where the government people hang out in ICANN.
Governmental Advisory Committee.
That's right. I've got Chris Lewis-Evans from the UK National Crime Agency, who tends to hang out in the Public Safety Working Group in ICANN, the PSWG, where law enforcement are represented. And I've got Nick Wimben-Smith from Nominate UK, who run the .uk country code, and also is part of the DNS Abuse Standing Committee for the country code group within ICANN. Right, let's get started with our first question. I'm going to turn to Nick first to give us a bit of a short overview on what does DNS abuse look like.
Thanks very much, Rowena, for that introduction. So it is an interesting topic, I think, because if you look at lots of registries, say for example, the .uk registry, you won't find much reference to DNS abuse anywhere, but you will find a lot of policies which probably cover what most people would understand certainly to be DNS abuse. So for example, providing accurate registration data, not phishing, fraud, all of those sorts of policies would be prohibited. People have tried to encompass a definition, and I think the reasons it's sort of so focused on the definitional is because if we're talking about DNS abuse, I think the abuse of the DNS does speak to the infrastructure, and it's the sort of abuse that infrastructure providers would be expected to intervene on. But it's quite a controversial area because I think most people would consider, say, for example, dissemination of child abuse images to be abusive and something that responsible registry operators would take action on. But it's obviously a content issue as opposed to part of the technical function. So this is where you get into the very difficult areas of discussion around definitional, what should infrastructure providers be acting on in terms of responsible industry participation, in terms of the overall safety and good reputation of the registries. I suppose my final opening observation would be, I think a lot of us who work in the infrastructure would understand abuse when we see it. Sometimes it's not that easy to work out the right intervention, if any. However, I think a lot of this would be largely characterized as essentially, if you are running a good registry, having good registry policies and good operational practices, then the levels of abuse you should see de facto should be lower than otherwise. And I think that's my main point about avoiding DNS abuse is about operating good infrastructure. Right.
Thank you very much, Nick. So I think you're sort of starting to touch on a theme that I see coming up in various different forums where we're discussing this, which is around the term DNS abuse often being used as shorthand for whether or not action at the DNS level is appropriate. Which is an interesting question, and we're going to dive more into that as we talk about mitigation. I'm going to turn to Farzana next, because I believe you wanted to come in here and talk a little bit about this distinction we see with content and technical abuse.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Farzana Badi. So when we talk about DNS abuse, it is very important to understand and know which context we are talking about. If we are at an organization like ICANN, which is Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which is in charge of allocation of domain names and the security of the DNS, then it is important to know that there are like some limits as to what DNS abuse means there. So and our efforts to define DNS abuse has been futile because of well, I'm going to mention later on about like some of the shortcomings of this multi-stakeholder model. But for us to kind of like have an understanding of what DNS abuse is, we need to make a distinction between when the DNS is used, DNS as an infrastructure is used to carry out a technical attack, or when the registration of domain names are and they're like hostings that are used to do social harm. And it is not only about content. I would like to suggest that we kind of frame the latter, the content and service abuse, as a trust and safety issue. And based on this kind of model, for example, if I use the DNS as a protocol and infrastructure to carry out a technical attack, it is a little bit easier than like solving than solving a social and a legal issue that has like multiple jurisdictional difficulties. So that's it for now from me.
Thank you very much, Fazna. So some really interesting points in that around what sort of mitigation is appropriate depending on what type of harm you're seeing within that bucket of DNS abuse. Yeah, I think that the definition point is interesting, and I will sort of challenge us to think about whether we need a definition of DNS abuse in order to move forward on this issue, or what we need is actually having some clarity of what we're talking about between us, whether that's focusing on a specific issue like phishing or child abuse, and then looking at what kind of actions can be taken around that. Okay, so I am going to go next to Chris or Sevens.
Yeah, thanks, Rowena, and hi, everyone. So from a law enforcement perspective, we don't categorize DNS abuse as an entity, as a crime type. So, you know, what we look at is the harm that has been caused by the activity carried out. So whether someone's clicked on a link that they've trusted because it has a sort of a trusted look to it, and then they've suffered a personal data loss, and then that leaves them open to extortion, or whether that's caused them distress through the types of personal data they've lost. So from that, we would record based on the actual, you know, impact on the victim there. You know, and that there's many other ways that victims can be harmed in this manner. You know, whether it's businesses allowing different TTLDs that have been compromised, or domains that have been compromised within TTLDs because they trust those, and then lost, you know, significant amount of money. So, you know, we could categorize that as some form of sort of business email compromise. And it's how we categorize them is not necessarily that important. Categorize the, you know, methods that have been used to harm. It's the actual effect on the person that has been harmed is really important for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And some really interesting points in there. We're sort of touching on the next question, which is around what acting at the DNS layer means. So I'm going to turn now to Sam to both give any responses to what's come up, and also to think about the next question around what DNS level action means. Kick us off, Sam.
All right. Thank you so much, Rowena, and hi, everyone. So I'm really glad Rowena laid out sort of the definition of the domain name system at the top of this session. I think what's crucial to remember is that the DNS is a tool that allows internet users to connect to content, but it is not content itself. It's separate from the content that lives on websites or other, you know, parts of the internet. And so when we talk about this question of how to define DNS abuse and, you know, how to characterize it and how to really start to wrap our arms around and tackle this issue, the reason I think it becomes so difficult to nail something down is because the process of acting at the DNS layer is often a very blunt tool. When you act at that level, if as an infrastructure provider, as Nick kind of laid out, that often entails suspending or taking down or deleting the entire domain name, which means taking down all the content and the services that use that domain name. So all of the websites, all of the email content, email servers, everything that's associated with and uses that domain name. So when we talk about DNS abuse within the context of ICANN and registries and registrars who participate within ICANN, we adopt a pretty narrow definition of DNS abuse that covers a handful of technical harms. So specifically, malware, phishing, farming, botnets, and spam when it's used as a delivery mechanism for those other 4 types of abuse. Obviously, that definition doesn't encompass all of the harmful activity that happens online. Chris has mentioned a few, Nick has mentioned a few, but we sort of see it more as a starting point for what DNS infrastructure providers can work on within their kind of remit and their responsibility and their role within the larger internet ecosystem, and specifically within the domain name system. And I think this really underscores the whole point of this panel, right? And I know Farzaneh is going to get into this a little bit later, right? Which is understanding the role of multi-stakeholderism and all of the different actors who have to come together to appropriately address the different kinds of harms that happen online, regardless of kind of how you set that definition, right? There's obviously a role for infrastructure providers like registries and registrars, as well as like, hosting providers, email providers, content delivery networks to play. But then there's a wider group of service providers who are probably better suited to address other types of harms in the online space. So I think that's really kind of sets the stage of like how acting at the DNS infrastructure level is maybe appropriate for certain types of harms, but not necessarily everything that gets encompassed when people talk about abuse online. And that's why the definition question becomes so important, because it I think it really raises the question of like how you set expectations around like what you can require for different parties in that ecosystem, and like what roles each and responsibilities each party plays in mitigating the different types of harms online.
Thanks very much, Sam. Some really important points in there. So we often talk about registries and registrars having quite a limited toolbox in terms of what levers they can pull when there is an issue of something happening, and that those levers are quite blunt. And probably one distinction that I maybe should have set out at the start as well is a concept around malicious or compromised. So often when something happens on a domain name, it could either be like entirely related to why that domain name was registered, or it could only be a part of that. So often a registry operator will need to be thinking about the potential collateral damage. So if they were to use one of those blunt tools, as Sam was saying, that would stop a lot of other services associated with that domain from functioning as well, which could have other harms for society more broadly. So I'm going to turn now to the rest of the panel to respond to some of these remarks. Nanal, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you like to come in here? I've got you down for interventions later as well, so no worries if you don't want to. Okay, anyone else want to respond to what Sam has brought up here? Farzaneh, Nick, Chris? If no, I'll have extend an open invitation to the panel. We on responding to what Sam has said around what it means to act at the DNS level. But if no one wants to come in, then we can move on to our next question, which is around when it is appropriate. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Just wanted to. So Sam mentioned something that I think is really important, and we kind of like disregarded in our conversations. A lot of the times when we are tackling the DNS abuse issues, there are multiple actors involved that sometimes the registries and registrars cannot tackle the issue, and they have to like work with other actors who might not necessarily be cooperative. So basically, and we don't have those actors, like we need to, I think that INJ Internet Jurisdiction Project has actually mapped out those other actors like hosting providers and others that need to be like, we need to talk to them as well, and we need to have them at the table so that we don't have we don't expect the registries and registrars and those that we necessarily have contracts with them at ICANN to do things that they cannot technically do.
Thanks, Fasna. Very important point there around this quite complex ecosystem where there are lots of different parties involved with different abilities to take different action. And they're not always in the room, and many of those aren't indeed part of the ICANN structure. Any other responses from the panel on these points? Just come off mute if you would like to speak. Otherwise, we'll move on to when we think it's appropriate to act at the DNS level, and I'll turn to Manal and Chris for those comments.
Thank you very much, Rowena, and apologies, I had an issue unmuting earlier, but glad I managed to unmute now. And I'll use maybe my part in also reflecting on what Sam has mentioned. With the growth of the use of the internet and the reliance on the internet, particularly with the pandemic flagging a new era of global connectivity, this growth in usage is accompanied by multiplied risks and increase in abuse, and also growing cybersecurity concerns. And such global connectivity poses jurisdictional and cross-border legal challenges. If we take a cross-border request for domain name suspension as an example, and this is what Farzana was just referring to as well, this involves several parties, a notifier, the individual or entity complaining, a registrant who is the owner of the domain name, a hosting provider where the applies for the domain, and the registry administering the relevant top-level domain, each of which may exist in a different jurisdiction and hence be subject to different laws and regulations. And this transnational nature of the internet makes it increasingly challenging, especially for governments to solve problems, to solve global problems at the national level through traditional national legal tools. Accordingly, governments also being concerned about the public interest, they prioritize curbing DNS abuse and try to urge different parties involved to assume their responsibilities and carry out their obligations in mitigating DNS abuse. Governments have been advocating, for example, in the ICANN ecosystem for appropriate due diligence by all actors to address malicious activities involving the DNS. And this debate is intensifying, particularly in the light of the introduction of new GTLDs, with a focus on what constitutes DNS abuse. And again, this comes back to the definition. What is or is not in the scope of responsibilities of ICANN and the registries and registrars, whether the registries and registrars have the appropriate tools, and whether ICANN contractual provisions are effective in mitigating DNS abuse. That said, it's also important to note that acting at the DNS level, as Sam mentioned, also should be considered when it is effective and proportionate, because the domain name suspension has global impact and may result in collateral and unintended consequences. Also, not to mention the risk of false positives as well. And it is particularly important to not rely on acting at the DNS level as an easy solution to address abusive content issues. Which is, of course, acting at the DNS level would be more appropriate and effective in addressing technical abuse. And again, I think Sam already went through the listing of this. But again, as also Chris mentioned, governments are concerned about the harm caused by DNS abuse, which sometimes extend to problematic content where we find a higher degree of shared agreement across jurisdictions. And this includes child abuse material, for example, among others, of course. I'll stop here not to exceed my time, but in conclusion, it's essential to have an agreed process in place, and this mandates a multi-stakeholder dialogue, coordination and cooperation across borders, in addition to the national level, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manal. Some really important points in there, which I'm sure we will come back to. The jurisdictional one is also one that comes up a lot. Of course, there's a big challenge for governments when they're trying to enforce national laws, and they're used to having an area of jurisdiction, and now we have this great flattening of the world that's happened through the internet and this patchwork that doesn't always align. I'm sure we'll come back to the contractual provisions too. But I'm going to turn now to Chris, who is going to respond on this same question around when you think it's appropriate to act at the DNS level.
Yeah, thanks, Rina. So I think, there's some really key points I want to drag out on the time it is appropriate to deal through the DNS. And I think Manal highlighted there that many of these instances are multi-jurisdictional. So, the registrant could be in one country, the hosting company could be in country 2, the registrar could be in country 3, and the victim behind the DNS abuse could be in country 4. So immediately when you're trying to deal with that DNS abuse, you could be dealing with, 4 different entities in 4 different countries. So from a law enforcement perspective, being able to take timely action to prevent that abuse from continuing or happening to other people, it can be difficult to act in a timely manner when you're dealing, with different legislation, different actors in different countries. So I think the role, certainly for law enforcement, and I think we've got some good examples of that, is trying to work with different entities to provide, evidential based information on the impact of the harm, so appropriate action can be taken at the right level. And sometimes that has to be escalated to taking action at the DNS, even if the most appropriate action might be for the registrant to take some action. If they're in a different time zone, if you can't get in contact with them, then you sort of step up that level of action that can be taken. So whether that's up to the hosting level to remove their content from the internet, or whether that's up to the registrar or registry to suspend their domain. And one thing I'd like to flag is, whilst takedown sounds really drastic and a bit of a sledgehammer, which it is, at the end of the day, what we're actually doing is suspending that domain. And we've worked together really well with our country code colleagues. So just highlighting what Nick said around suspending some domains that might be causing harm. But the registrant has the opportunity to come back and say, yeah, sorry, that's happened, my domain was compromised. And law enforcement have worked with registrants before to provide them advice on how to clean up what's happening, or to highlight the actual harm or the code on their domain that's causing the harm, and they're able to clean that up. So once a domain's been suspended, it can be unsuspended. It's not it's gone forever. It's not a total sledgehammer, shall we say. But so I think there's some consideration that needs to be taken around preventing that harm in a timely manner, and it's getting that right. So I think just to give an example of that, I think early last year, the Emma takedown We had a number of domains that were spreading malware. For some of those, we were able to contact the registrant, where we were able to get their details either from the website itself or from the sort of WHOIS information. We were able to contact them, provide them advice on how to remove the malicious code from their websites. Some others we weren't able to find out who the registrant was, so we contacted the hosting company and able to them to reach out to their customer and act in an appropriate time. Others we just couldn't get hold of either, whether they were self-hosting or whether the hoster was non-responsive. And those ones we had to act with the registrar or the registries to be able to suspend their domains, to be able to stop the malware being spread. So there is different levels of response. One is not always the right answer, and sometimes you have to escalate it. So that's thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Some really interesting points in there. Particularly, I think this idea of sort of false positives and reversal mechanisms is something we should come back to. I'm going to go to Sam next to make an intervention, and then we'll go to Farzana.
Yeah, thanks, Rowena. I kind of wanted to chime in on a few things that Chris laid out, which is first off that sometimes acting at the DNS layer is absolutely appropriate. I feel like I maybe glossed over that in my introductory remarks on the last question, but totally agree with Chris. There's, for example, if you look at, so Chris mentioned in some cases of malware, in other cases, if you look at botnets that use an algorithm to generate domain names really quickly, that are primarily going to be used, the whole goal is to use them for abusive purposes, right? There's a good argument to be made about taking action at the DNS layer. And VeriSign has some experience with not necessarily always suspending those domains, but also another alternative is registering them, understanding the algorithm, getting ahead of it, registering those domains and sinkholing them so that you're able to track the traffic and then remediate the issue by figuring out, kind of who the victims are and identify those victims and help resolve the problem that way. But for when action at the DNS layer is not necessarily the most appropriate, I really wanted to underscore something Chris said, which is the importance of the different relationships between the parties. So relationships between registries and registrars and law enforcement, I think, are really critical here, having good open channels of communication, even if there's not necessarily a jurisdiction or a regulatory framework under which that happens. Having those lines of communication open, I think, can be incredibly helpful. And the relationships between registries and registrars, because registrars are often the best place to start with some of these complaints because they have insights into who the registrant of the domain name is, who the customer is, who may be either the victim or the perpetrator, right, of the abuse. And they also end up having relationships with the other providers kind of down the chain, whether that's domain name resellers or hosting providers. So really having those lines of communication open and having those relationships established and understanding that when you do have to bring in other parties, additional parties to address and really hone in on the appropriate one to take action on the specific type of abuse, the most appropriate action, having those relationships is absolutely critical, whether it's in a very formal structure like exists in ICANN or a more kind of open freeform or freewheeling structure that can exist in other kind of multi-stakeholder settings and channels. I think giving space for those to be established is absolutely critical in talking about this issue more broadly.
Thanks very much, Sam. I'm going next to Farzana.
Thank you. So I think that we need to mention now a very important issue. In tackling DNS abuse, we are also dealing with fundamental rights, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. And nowadays, the internet is not just a means for communication. It is to access essential services online. services that we depend on to do our day-to-day tasks. And also, it's not just to better our lives. Sometimes during crisis, we use the internet to save ourselves and others. So if we make mistakes and stop somebody's domain name and suspend it when we are tackling abuse, and if it's likely that we stop an actual essential service that people are using, then we need to kind of like consider that and have the right processes in place in order to prevent that. So due process, while it's very important to have some kind of recourse to kind of get after your domain name is suspended to get it unsuspended, we also need to focus a lot on how we prevent false positive from happening, because we are now talking about our fundamental rights and access to essential services. So this is why I think that, as well as thinking about due process and like having a recourse mechanism for when your domain name is suspended, we should also have processes that prevents us from making mistakes. So it's not, as you know, Chris, it's not that easy. I'm just saying that it is not enough to just provide them with due process. Also, another point that I wanted to make on something that Sam said about cooperation in an informal way. We need to also be wary of law enforcement. I mean, law enforcement most of the time does great work, but sometimes law enforcement can be, without the right processes, can violate the rule of law themselves, and can like violate human rights. And we need to have processes in place for those cooperation. Now, formal, informal, I don't know if I necessarily agree with law enforcement cooperating informally with others, but if there are informal cooperations as well, we need some minimum procedure for how they are doing this, how many requests they have made, and so that we can actually keep tab on this and hold them accountable, as in case of like in the rare circumstance that they make mistake or they violate the rule of law. That's it. Thank you.
Rowena, I think we've unfortunately lost Rowena. Maybe we could go to Chris to follow up from what Farzaneh was saying. Chris, you have the floor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, and thanks for stepping in. So yeah, just to respond to Farzaneh there, and I think Sam mentioned it as well, that it's really important to have that cooperation, and with that cooperation, you can build in some checks and balances, and as sort of Farzaneh mentioned, it's up to law enforcement to provide the right level of evidence and to do their due diligence and to provide that to, whether it's the hosting provider, the registry, the registrar, the right information to allow them to make a balanced decision. Law enforcement will only come if there's harm being caused, and generally we don't see essential services being compromised. However, it can happen, but so we need to ensure that we have the right thresholds for taking the action that law enforcement are recommending, and that the information that we are presenting is enough for someone to make an informed decision, especially if that's, as Sam mentioned, someone working on a sort of voluntary framework rather than an international formal request via an international letter request, which is a court system that we can use to provide legislative functions internationally. So I think it's really, really important we do have those checks and balances in place. And the last thing that we want to do is to cause more harm than we're trying to prevent. So and realistically, we can only get that by working together. Law enforcement have been trying really hard to be more engaged in this area, in this community. I'm sure in some of the other sessions throughout IGF, you'll have seen some other law enforcement colleagues. We're represented within ICANN, and it's really important that we take part in this multi-stakeholder process, because it's only by doing that that we can, effectively take action against some of these harms and provide those right checks and balances. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chris, and apologies for dropping out for a moment there. It was almost like a demonstration of how problematic it is when you suddenly lose connectivity. Thanks, President and Chris. I believe we have Manal next for an intervention.
Thank you, Rowena, and indeed good points by everyone. So I just wanted to stress a few things that have already been said. First, Chris mentioned the timely response, and I really wanted to highlight the importance for governments, and I'm sure for law enforcement, of course, to have a response and to have a timely response and action, of course. That said, again, it's very important to have the channels established between all the different parties to make sure that there is good communication and collaboration. Of course, with minimum agreed procedures, as Farzana mentioned also, but at least to have the flexibility to act upon the harm that may be of concern. And it would be very difficult to have a rigid process that is really binary, that could be followed easily. So the communication, the collaboration, what to expect, what is feasible, what is not, I think it's really important to have these channels of dialogue and coordination established and open to ensure a timely response and timely action. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Manal. So for everybody in the room, just letting you know, we will have time for some Q&A. So do think about what questions you might like to ask of the panel. And obviously same for the online participants. If you put your questions into the chat, we can put them into the queue. If you're in the room, you can put your hand up. Adam Peake is the on-site moderator there. So we are getting towards the end of this session, and the final question that we had on this list to discuss was about the role of multi-stakeholderism in DNS abuse. This has sort of been coming up as people have been speaking, but I think it's worth focusing on it specifically as well. And I'm going to turn to Farzana first to respond to this question.
Thank you. Right, that buzzword, multi-stakeholder. So why are we in the first place doing multi-stakeholder governance on the internet in general? And no, I'm not, don't worry, I'm not going to give you a speech like for an hour. But I just want us to take us back to when they decided to design a multi-stakeholder governance for the internet. And what were the reasons behind that? The reasons behind that, one of the reasons behind that was that you could not operate the internet, some aspect of the internet, without the multi-stakeholder model. if you didn't have the key stakeholders involved, the operators, the telecom operators, the government, if you didn't have them involved, you could not operate the internet. So we would not have had the internet as we have it now, or some crucial aspect of the internet, such as what ICANN does. Which is coordination of policy, global coordination of policy for allocation of domain names. So when we talk about why are we, first of all, when we are talking about DNS abuse, what DNS abuse are we tackling with this multi-stakeholder governance, and why? Why do we have to do that? Sometimes it's I'm just trying to kind of prevent us from going through a multi-stakeholder theater that will not yield results. So when we are thinking about, okay, so there are certain aspects of DNS abuse that has to be done through multi-stakeholder governance, because we have to interact with many other actors that are impacted or are operating some aspect of this. So we need to decide on that first, and not just do multi-stakeholder for the sake of multi-stakeholder and because we have done it for so long. And also like checking whether the multi-stakeholder model, if this multi-stakeholder ICANN multi-stakeholder model is working for DNS abuse. Have we even like, is this the right venue? Is ICANN the right venue? Is the right venue to actually do that? Because in botnet mitigation, we have some kind of like network governance that a lot of actors are involved through a model that involves a lot of stakeholders, different stakeholders. But that's not like necessarily ICANN. So whether we are using, and sometimes it is necessary not to use the multi-stakeholder model. Sometimes we want to not to, we want to do things contractually. I was going to mention something like about the contracted parties, the registries and registrars that want to negotiate with ICANN about their contract about DNS abuse. And also like mention that maybe Sam can touch upon this a little bit, but whether that is some kind of like, are we doing this in a multi-stakeholder fashion? Are we changing the contract in a multi-stakeholder fashion? Or did we see the need not to actually go fully multi-stakeholder when it comes to DNS abuse? And the last point that I wanted to make, and sorry, I went on and on, for the content and for the trust and safety issues that we have on the internet, for service governance and content governance on the internet, is the multi-stakeholder optimal? And in what circumstances is it optimal? Maybe, so for example, we have multi-stakeholder model for trust and safety. I believe it is good for protecting an open, interoperable and global internet. Because then we will have thresholds to act upon things. We will try not to act at the infrastructure level and be more proportional in our actions to mitigate harm. But in what other circumstances can we have the multi-stakeholder model for DNS abuse that can be effective, solve the issue, and also protect these core values of the internet and our fundamental rights? That was about it, sorry.
No worries, Fazana, thank you so much for that. I'm going to turn to Sam next. I think that was a very good segue into talking about what's happening in ICANN at the moment. And then after that, I'll go to Nick to talk about multi-stakeholderism in the country code space. And then I think we'll go to questions. Sam.
All right, thanks, Rune. And Farzaneh, thanks for bringing up the contracted party house proposal that's going on within ICANN. So I'll just, to be clear, at this point, I am switching gears and speaking from my perspective as the chair of the registry stakeholder group within ICANN. So we represent the interests of generic top-level domain registries, so the GTLDs that have a direct contractual relationship with ICANN. We're also working with colleagues in the registrars stakeholder group, so all of the ICANN accredited registrars, that's the interest group that they participate in ICANN through. And in light of the ongoing conversations about DNS abuse and this question that the ICANN community has been grappling with about whether there is a role and what the role is for registries and registrars to play in mitigating and combating DNS abuse more broadly. After considering this issue from a lot of different angles, including the appropriateness of acting at the DNS at the DNS infrastructure level, as we've talked about kind of at length on this panel, and like taking into account the limited remit that ICANN as an organization has, including ICANN's bylaws, which restrict ICANN from creating any regulations or passing any policy that restricts or governs content on the internet. The proposal that registries and registrars within ICANN have come up with as a starting point is to make very targeted and focused changes to our contracts that would establish a kind of baseline requirement for registries and registrars to take appropriate action given their individual role and responsibility in this ecosystem on very clear-cut instances of DNS abuse as that term is defined within the ICANN community. So I mentioned this earlier in the panel: farming, phishing, malware, botnets, spam possibly when it's a delivery mechanism for the other types of abuse. And I think Farzaneh raises an excellent question about whether this kind of effort is truly a multi-stakeholder effort. And I think that's absolutely worth diving into. What we're trying to do with these contract amendments is sort of really just lay the foundation and take an initial step within the ICANN space that then can be built upon by the multi-stakeholder community. We understand and we recognize, we've heard from ICANN's compliance department that they have a difficult time with the contracts as they are currently written, with enforcing action to mitigate those clear-cut instances of DNS abuse. There really isn't a hook in either the registry agreement or the registrar accreditation agreement. Those are the contracts that we're talking about, that allows ICANN to kind of hold to account those actors who systematically fail to take any action on those clear-cut instances of abuse. So really what we're trying to do with the contract amendments, and the reason we're keeping them so narrow, is really lift up that floor and establish at least the requirement that, okay, if you're presented with like well-evidenced, clear-cut, easily identifiable phishing, you got to do something about it, right? If you're a registry, maybe that means you're referring it down to the registrar, but you got to do something. And so we recognize that this is not going to solve the whole issue of bad content online. It's not even going to solve the whole question of DNS abuse within ICANN's remit and within the ICANN space. And so I think there's a recognition on the part of registries and registrars that more community work will need to be done, but all of that work should go through a more robust multi-stakeholder process that is open, inclusive, transparent. It brings to the table all of the different interests and perspectives and stakeholders, as far as I kind of laid out, right? Like that's the point of multi-stakeholderism. And but that work kind of still remains to be done. So we're not trying to solve for all of that with these initial contract amendments. We really do see this as kind of an introductory step, and understand that more work will most likely need to be built upon it that should involve the larger community. So hopefully that gives you guys an overview of kind of like one of the next steps that we're taking within the ICANN space.
Thanks very much, Sam. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to turn to Nick now to give us just 2 minutes on how multi-stakeholderism happens in country code spaces, and then we'll go to questions, which I don't have any lined up at the moment. So if you're in the room or online, please pop your questions in, put your hand up, approach Adam Peak, and we'll go there next.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's interesting as a non-contracted party for the purposes of a country code. We don't have to follow the ICANN processes or ever get any attention from ICANN compliance, which is quite a nice thing from that perspective. But you still would be wrong if you thought that country codes didn't follow multi-stakeholder models. It's just that there's a huge amount of diversity. So what you'll tend to find is a microcosm of the global internet multi-stakeholder community within each jurisdiction. And I think that's certainly the case in most of the frequently used jurisdictions that I deal with. Certainly in the UK, we would do things in a very consultative multi-stakeholder way in terms of how we form our policies. And then they will be publicly accessible so that people understand what our policies are, how we apply things. And we've issued things like transparency reports so that people can see this is how many subventions we've undertaken. These are the agencies who have referred them. Here's the complaints policies that you can follow if you have any sort of issues with overreach or undue freedom of expression. Such things. So I think investment by the infrastructure providers into the resources and staffing to be able to provide these sorts of avenues and information so that either victims of crime or public authorities know who to contact and what to do about any problematic content or technical abuse of the internet, I think is a very important point. And I think, fundamentally, I think the whole industry is becoming much more proactive in terms of how to deal with their specific issues, and we all talk to each other. There are formal and there are informal approaches, so that if you have an issue, you should be able to find out what to do about it and who to report it to, and it should then be actioned. And that's really what I think we're all aiming towards, is a proactive, responsive, and safe internet for everybody, because that's what we're here for.
Thanks very much, Nick. I believe we do have some questions in the room, so I'm going to turn to our on-site moderator, Adam, to bring in those questions.
Thanks, Rowena. Adam Peak speaking, and I saw 2 hands go up, so I'll begin with the gentleman on my right, and then Nigel Hickson, who I see further down the room. So over to you, if you press your key. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Tayo Peter Akinremi. So I'm a member of NCSG. And I'd like to re-echo what Versenin actually raised about the fundamental human right of registrant when we're dealing with DNS abuse. And when we're dealing with DNS abuse, we need to know that it's actually cut across the entire value chain of DNS services. So my question would be, how do we involve registrant in actually dealing with DNS abuse when we're fighting DNS abuse? And also we also need to look at the technical role and the operational measures when we're dealing with DNS abuse. So my question is, how do we prevent fundamental right of the registrant in fighting DNS, and how to include them in that process? Is there any due process within ICANN or outside ICANN? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to take both questions and then turn to the panel. So one on involving the registrant and human rights. Nigel?
Yes, thanks very much, and good morning. Nigel Hickson, UK DCMS. First of all, just to, thank you for this panel, and thank you for the DNS Abuse Institute and the INJ Policy Network and ICANN for all the work that's going on this. There's a real focus, I feel, on DNS abuse, culminating as what was just being discussed in the contractual amendments. But I suppose the question I had, and perhaps the first question is more important from my colleague across the room, but my question was, given the holistic nature of this issue and the fact that certain types of abuse, which are very important to citizens, content abuse, which is not under the jurisdiction of ICANN, I mean, how holistically are we going to tackle this problem? Is there a body up there that is going to coordinate all this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Anybody want first dibs on the question about human rights and the registrant? Otherwise, I believe, Ajit, do you want to respond to this question about content?
If I can take the registrant one, I think in terms of
okay, yep.
if a registrant finds that they're impacted or have been, they should be notified at the very minimum. So registrants should be notified if there's any ever issue with their domain name. Certainly, we receive threat feed provider reports, and if a .uk domain comes up, then we will, in the usual course, if we can see that it's a registrant who's got a compromised domain or is somehow caught up in something they may be unaware of, we will reach out to them and tell them that, try to make them part of it. And then if they feel that they've been unfairly treated, then there are complaints procedures and transparent ways in which they can raise their issues. There are publicly accountable authorities in our jurisdiction. So it depends from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but I agree that sometimes the registrant is a very small part in a very big sort of complex machine, and it's difficult for them to exert any coordinated authority or know what's going on sometimes, but people need to provide that information at a minimum.
Thanks, Nick. So a lot around due process there. I'm going to turn to Ajit next. For context, Ajit has been helping us with the moderation in the background, but was also absolutely crucial part of putting this panel together and designing what we were going to talk about today. So Ajit, would you like to come in?
Thanks, Rowena. I just wanted to come in on the question that Nigel had raised on content abuse or website content abuse and the DNS in particular. I think this is a very important issue, particularly from the perspective as this is content abuses are rife in everyday society, and there is an increasing pressure on sort of looking at what are the appropriate escalation paths to address it, and what could be the appropriate thresholds or criteria at which point in exceptional circumstances action may be taken on specific website content abuses on at the DNS level. However, it's very clear that this topic is outside the remit of ICANN, and there is a question about in what multi-stakeholder forum can this conversation be had, particularly on the definitions of principles and criteria and thresholds, and also what sort of content abuses can be addressed through the DNS, even in exceptional circumstances. Is it everything, or are there specific types of abuses that probably may not necessarily be ever remediated? And there are broad open questions, and there's a need for multi-stakeholder conversation on that. The Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, along with the contact group, multi-stakeholder contact group, about 40 different actors, is trying to start addressing this topic purely from the perspective of principles, and hopes that many other multi-stakeholder initiatives can sort of use these principles to define specific thresholds and criteria and use cases for when limited action may be taken on specific types of website content abuse through the DNS. Thanks, Rowena.
Thank you so much, Ajit. Very speedy and concise there, in true panel fashion. All the questions flooded in right at the very end. But thank you so much for participating, everyone. I think we better wrap up now. I want to thank all of our panelists. This has been a really interesting and insightful session, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you to everybody in the room and online who joined. We can, of course, continue these discussions throughout the week, and feel free to reach out to any of us. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you have a good rest of the day in Addis and online in the world, wherever you are.
Thank you.
And thank you to Rowena and Ajit for organizing us, and to Adam for coordinating in the room.
Yep, thank you from the room. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much. May I use this opportunity to just introduce NumCom, just to tell you that nominating committee will be open application for leadership position in ICANN environment. For those that are interested, please kindly check NumCom website in the ICANN to know the roles that we'll be recruiting out for. We'll be recruiting for ICANN board of director, as well as at large CCNSO and GNSO. Please kindly just look up NumCom website to understand what we do and the kind of position we look for, and the quality of people. We're actually conducting outreaches to look for leadership position for the ICANN board and other leadership position. So please, if you want to know more, please, I'll be available to talk more about it. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Hello, good morning. Can we put the Zoom up there, dear colleagues? Awesome. Okay, I think we are set. One second. I just want to check. We have Francesca. I can see our online speaker there. Hi, Francesca. And do we have Dr. Tovella with us already? Because I cannot see all the details about the session participants online. Okay. I just got information that yes, we have all our speakers in, so we can start. So good afternoon, dear participants, and welcome to the open forum of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Greetings to you joining us here in the room in Addis Ababa. Greetings to all of you joining us online. I got information from my colleagues that there are several of you there as well. So thanks for making time. My name is Teresa Horeisova, and I'm with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and I will be your on-site moderator for this one-hour-long session, alongside my colleague, the co-director of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, David van Duren. His task is to make sure that we involve our online participants in this session as much as possible. For the modus operandi of this session, we will want to make it interactive. We have to make it interactive, actually, because this is what the IGF is about. So the way how you can jump in the session at any time is, of course, for those of you in the room, it will be easier. Just give me a sign. For those of you joining us online, kindly raise your virtual hand, or let David know, and he will make sure to jump in and bring your inputs as well. The topic of today's open forum is to discuss GC3B. And please do not be puzzled and confused already. It is quite a complicated acronym on first sight, but it has some meaning behind that. And the meaning is that the GC3B stands for the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building. And there are three C's, thus three C's, three CBs. Now, this is a major event that has been in the kitchen of the GFC and several partners for quite some time. And the main aim or objective for this global event is to see how we can explore the connections and synergies between the cyber community on one hand and the development community on the other hand. And I have several colleagues here with us in the room and online that will tell us more, that will guide us through. And towards the end of the session, we would like to hear from you, because as this conference is quite a lot in the shaping still, in the preparation phase, you will have the opportunity to help us shape it so that it answers what the community is craving. On that note, one last point that I will stress, that the conference, as the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, will be very multi-stakeholder, and we are interested in inputs by governments, civil society, technical community, private sector, academia. So to briefly share with you who we have with us at this session. We have with us, on my left, the president of the GFC Foundation Board, Christopher Painter. Also with us in the room, do we have, and now give me a second, Teonesten Giruvansanga, who is the project manager at Smart Africa, responsible for cybersecurity and data privacy. We also have with us Dr. Tovella Nirienda-Jere, who is the head of the Economic Integration Division at AUDA NEPAD. Good morning, Tovella. And we also have with us Francesca Bosco, who is the senior advisor at the CPI, the Cyber Peace Institute, based in Geneva. I would first like to give the floor to you, Chris, to basically share with us on some of the whys. Why are we doing the conference? What should be the objectives and outcomes? Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. And let me just say welcome to all of you, both online and here. As Teresa said, that one of the reasons we wanted to do this open forum at the IGF was to really garner input from this community about how, what kinds of things this conference should do, what kinds of things it should contain, because it's very important to consult with lots of different stakeholders, and this is a prime opportunity to do it. So thank you for coming. As Teresa said, my name is Chris Painter. I'm the president of the GFC Foundation. Much has been done, as you know, to promote best practices in cyber capacity building, including by the GFC. But there's insufficient awareness among key decision makers and a lack of resources and coordination that sometimes hinders out implementation. I think another thing that Teresa also hit on that I think that I've noticed and I've seen over the years, I've done this both when I was in the U.S. government and in this role now, is that there's lots of different divisions in the world. There's divisions within the technical community and the policy community, as I said yesterday on a panel. There's divisions between the economic folks and the security folks. But there's a big division between the traditional development people and the cybersecurity capacity building people. They're their own little communities. There's a little crossover, and it's getting a little better, but they don't really talk to each other or coordinate enough. So that's something that I think needs to be addressed as well. So in recognition of that, and recognition of the need to elevate this issue, we partnered with the Cyber Peace Institute, who you'll hear from, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, and together we are working on convening the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, the GC3B, which falls tripling off your tongue, as Teresa said, to advance, operationalize, and collaborate on cyber capacity building. The conference will be a key gathering of decision makers from government, business, finance, academia, and international civil society. And key is not just the cyber community, but also the development community together. And I think that's really important. The need for cyber capacity building as a key enabler of sustainable and resilient digital development will be highlighted, reflecting the key theme of the conference for 2023, which is cyber resilience for development. And I should say one of the reasons we chose that term resilience is that has resonance both with the development community and the security community. You talk about security and the development community gets a little afraid. You talk about resilience, people understand what you're talking about, and I think that's helpful. The GC3B aims to elevate and mainstream cyber resilience and capacity building as a first-order strategic and operational priority in international cooperation and development. In addition to that, the conference aims to support middle and low-income countries in incorporating cybersecurity and cyber resilience into their national strategic plans, including their digital infrastructure strategies and investments. And again, that's important to cross over between the economic digital transformation agenda and the security agenda. In order to achieve these objectives, the conference strives to achieve several concrete outcomes. And we want to hear from you about these, but also anything else you suggest. The first of those outcomes is a high-level, demand-driven global cyber capacity building agenda for cyber resilient international development that serves the needs and priorities of the global South countries. And we already have the Africa cyber capacity building agenda underway. It was discussed yesterday at the GFC Africa regional meeting, which took place here in the margins of the IGF, so yesterday afternoon. So that's already being done. And in many ways, I think that will serve a model for the other regions. Next, the global conference the global conference. I'll call it the global conference. That makes it easier for people. Strives to achieve a significant expansion of the pool of resources available for equitable and sustainable capacity building, cyber capacity building, through the mobilization of different sources of financing from international development, the private sector, and philanthropy. The conference will help formulate an improved global architecture of coordination and cooperation mechanisms for cyber capacity building by leveraging existing structures and strengthening global, regional, multi-stakeholder, and public-private cooperation initiatives. The conference will also provide a platform for developing countries to shape cyber capacity building initiatives and define and incorporate the incorporation of cyber resilience in the broader development agenda in line with their perspectives, needs, and lessons. And this also ties in with one of the things the GFC has shifted to over the last couple of years, which is a demand-driven approach from countries rather than simply saying, hey, we'll give you this. which doesn't help them as much as asking them first what they need. We're going to have regionally targeted, well, the outcomes and objectives I just mentioned will frame the program for the conference, but they also underscore this is a demand-driven, as I said, globally owned initiative, not just a top-down initiative. The conference will include regionally targeted and sector-specific debates to promote context-sensitive and demand-driven exchanges and commitments. It is really important for us to get your feedback, as I said at the top of my remarks here, and input, and that's really why we're here today. So we want to hear from you. Please don't be shy about expressing your opinion. You can also talk to us afterwards. You can also send us emails afterwards. There's lots of ways you can communicate. So with that, let me give it back to Teresa.
Chris, thank you very much for that. That was a very useful kind of context of the why we feel that this conference is needed. And you also hinted to the fact that crossing the silos is not always easy and comfortable, but we feel that it's missing because cyber and development are so much connected. And though having you with us, you actually are one of the few people that know the connection, because that's kind of your work. So why do we need to talk more about cyber resilience for development first? And second, Chris mentioned it, stressed again the multi-stakeholder nature of the conference. Why is that important for this particular connection? Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. We all know that cyber resilience requires a deeper understanding of hazards and risks at community and region levels. So all countries, especially developing countries, need to bake in resilience into their critical systems and functions. And because cyber resilience is increasingly becoming a competitiveness issue, as you all know, people will always choose to invest and live in at communities that are resilient and gravitate or run away from those that are not. So countries should be supported to have the ability to prepare for and to adapt to changing conditions and disruptions, and they should be able to withstand and to recover rapidly from attacks and threats. So this is why cyber resilience is very important, and for this meeting. So we needed this meeting, this conference, I mean, so that it can put together people, multi-stakeholder approach to mobilize effective and sustainable and inclusive stewardship of international cooperation for cyber resilient development and cyber capacity building. So as Chris said, the theme of this conference, we focus on the cyber resilience for development as the theme, and the aim is to catalyze the global action to elevate and mainstream cyber resilience and capacity building in the international development agenda, as well as in national development plans as the key enablers of sustainable development, inclusive economic growth, and social prosperity for all. So this is why we need everyone from public sector, private sector, academia, and subject matter experts, civil society, to get involved in the preparation, not only in the preparation, but also by participating in the conference, so that they can share with us their inputs, and so that they can be, those inputs can be captured to be put into the recommendations. So I think that's why cyber resilience is important, and that's why we needed this conference to take place.
Theo, thank you very much. You were convincing. Let's see then what the what others think about whether this is the right approach that we have adopted. But staying a little bit in your region, in Africa, I would like to turn to Dr. Tovela, who is joining us online. And now to give the context of why Dr. Tovela is so important at this session. One of the aims of the conference, and Theo, you mentioned it very well, you used the term global action on capacity building, besides other themes, is to come up with something that will make a change in the attention that is given to cyber capacity building. So the plan that we have at the GFCE is to develop global agenda for cyber capacity building. And because we do need to be very sensitive to the specificities of individual regions, this global agenda should be actually informed by regional agendas. And Africa is one region where I would say we are most advanced in shaping what the Africa regional agenda for capacity building could be. Dr. Tovela, thank you for joining us, I believe from Brussels. Could you tell us more about this plan and also the process of developing the agenda? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and good morning to you and good morning to everyone that's sitting in Addis. I very much wish that I could have been there, but unfortunately other commitments find me in Brussels at this time. I think that as you rightly mentioned, and I think as Chris has also mentioned, we're very keen to see an Africa cyber capacity building agenda. And we see this as something that is important in a number of ways. For instance, first of all, I think it helps in terms of helping to guide and shape the global discourse on cyber capacity building. But also for us, I think in terms of the continent, we are very keen to see that there is a process and an outcome that is really talking to our needs and priorities insofar as cyber capacity building is concerned, and linking this very deliberately to our various development aspirations, whether it's at a national, regional, or continental level. We also want to make sure that this agenda is developed in a very coordinated, bottom-up, multi-stakeholder and inclusive process using established regional and continental structures and frameworks, because of course we want to make sure that we are not duplicating where duplication is not needed, but we're also identifying very clearly where the gaps, where the needs, and where the issues perhaps would lie for an Africa CCB agenda. So we have currently started the process of developing that. There was a discussion document that was drafted, and I think this is what was the focus of the meeting yesterday. And again, in the spirit of it being a very bottom-up process and being very multi-stakeholder, it is being led by the Africa Cyber Capacity Building Coordination Committee. And this is a grouping that represents key institutions that have various interests in terms of the ICT, telecommunications, cybersecurity space in Africa. So we want to make sure as much as possible that all voices are heard, that everybody has a chance and an opportunity to participate in shaping this agenda, because ultimately it will be our agenda and it will be our responsibility to see that it is implemented. So in developing the agenda, what we want to be able to do is to really allow us to shape an ecosystem that will allow us to coordinate and identify good policies, practices, and ideas that would shape cyber capacity building on the continent. Of course, tying that into what Chris talked about in terms of a demand-driven approach, because we want to make sure that whatever we're shaping, whatever we're building, is meeting people where they are. So it has to be demand-driven, and it has to be something that resonates with the various stakeholder constituencies across the continent. At the same time, we also must acknowledge the fact that a lot of the agenda is shaped in part by the AU-GFCE, cyber capacity building project that was implemented between AUC, AUD-NEPAD, and the GFCE, and that also brought in all the different member states across the continent, along with the various institutions in the cyberspace. So what we are now doing is that we have collected the inputs through the meeting yesterday. And what we've seen, of course, is that there's a number of common themes that are coming out. And again, hoping that this will also shape the discussion we'll have today, but also shape perhaps the way in which we'll approach this going forward. people are very keen to see that there is a whole of society and a whole of government approach to how we do cyber capacity building. They also want to make sure that we're leveraging knowledge that already exists within the various constituencies, knowledge that exists between countries, and knowledge that exists in terms of cross-pollination across different sectors. So we know, for instance, that in the finance sector, in the tech sector, that a lot has been done on cybersecurity and cyber capacity building. And the question is, how do we draw on that and make sure that we can develop something that is responsive to the needs of the entire society? A few things perhaps that have come out as priorities for the agenda. Number one is that people would like to see government political willingness being matched, I think, by action. So we know that our governments are committed. We know that in our various engagements that we have with governments, they understand what cybersecurity is and how important it is. But perhaps we have not translated that into concrete action then in terms of how we develop cyber capacity building initiatives on the continent. The second theme that came out of the discussions is that there is a need perhaps to really revisit our legal frameworks on cybercrime and capacity building, and tie that in, of course, to issues around data protection as well as our certs across the continent. A third theme has to do with coordination. Chris also alluded to the fact that coordination is needed, and for us, it is needed at 3 levels. We need coordination at the national level, we need it at the regional level, and then we need it at the continental and also linking that to the international level as well. And then lastly, of course, we have to continue looking at the issues around cyber awareness and skills development and making sure that that is fully embedded in the strategy. So we will be working to finalize this strategy, and our expectation is that it will be shared at the GC3B conference, but we would also like to make sure that this is a strategy that is endorsed by our AU structures so that it can be something that we take forward and allow to trickle down from the continental to the regional and to the national level as well. Thank you very much, Teresa.
Dr. Tovela, thank you not only for these words, but also actually for your leadership in the process of developing the Africa regional agenda. My colleagues and I cannot wait to update you about the outcomes of the Africa regional meeting that we held yesterday for several stakeholders, getting more input into the African regional agenda. So we will definitely connect with others on this very soon. Now, digging in more now into the actual program specificities of the conference, I would like to turn to you, Francesca, joining us from Geneva. Thank you for making time. Could you tell us something more about the pillars of the conference, and then zoom in one particular pillar that we think will be of a special, let's say, importance for the audience here at the IGF. Over to you, Francesca.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and good morning from Geneva. I wish I could be there with you all. So thank you so much for the opportunity to join online, and excited to be with you. It's a pleasure, as Chris was mentioning, as co-organizer from the Cyberspace Institute, to give you a brief overview of the program of the conference. And after hearing from esteemed colleagues about the why, so for example, the needs and gaps and the proposals like the global agenda, we would like to discuss with you the what and how. In consultation with different stakeholders based on literature review, and also express the priorities of different communities engaged both in cyber resilience and international development, and together with a diverse program advisory team that I would like to thank. The proposed conference program is structured around 4 main pillars, as Teresa was mentioning, with an approach that is going from high-level policy and visions to macro solutions and to tactical solutions. I will give you a brief overview of the, let's say, first kind of like 3 pillars that are across the high-level policy visions to macro solutions, and then we will have also a little bit of like a deep dive into the 4th pillar, as Teresa was mentioning, on the more operationalization of solutions, and this is exactly the moment where we would really like to gather inputs from you all. So when it comes to the main main, let's say, pillars. And allow me to give you the titles, but also a brief overview of the different sessions and the different approach that we have envisaged in the different pillars. So we start from basically make international development cyber resilient. And this goes back to what Chris was mentioning. So the idea is really to merge, to integrate the two communities. Well, I would say even more communities, but let's take the broader definition of the cybersecurity, cyber resilience, and the development community. So addressing basically the main aim of the conference in making the case for cybersecurity, cyber resilience, and the cyber capacity building to be mainstreamed into the international development agenda as a core enabler. And this is a key concept. So how we can make cybersecurity and cyber resiliency an enabler for digital, economic, and social development. And thanks so much, Theoneste, to mention specifically, for example, the cyber resilience as a competitiveness factor. But then how would we can basically secure the digital ecosystem via collaboration? And this is the second pillar that will try to understand how we can scale, for example, public-private collaboration and multi-stakeholder cooperation to address the systemic challenges and vulnerabilities that are critical to securing the digital ecosystem. We have identified kind of like a couple of like very critical areas, like for example, the cybersecurity workforce and skills gap, and the protection of critical infrastructure and essential services. And as you might see here, and maybe we can go to the next slide where we see the different type of sessions that we envisage. You see here the, let's say, high-level titles, and we would be available to discuss with you all potential feedback and also to give you more information about each one of them, but just to guide you through the different main topics inside the different pillars. And then the third pillar, which is the cyber capacity building for the stability and security of the digital environment. In this pillar, we would like to address and understand basically the role that cyber capacity building can play in strengthening the links between international security and sustainable development. And clearly, I mean, to contribute to, I mean, the open, secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful information and communication technology environment. This part specifically, the idea is to build on the ongoing work that at the high level international dimension, like for example at the UN and other agencies and processes when it comes to, for example, framework for responsible state behavior and protecting digital environment. The idea how we can basically match and scale thanks to the expansion of the capacity building effort. Allow me to dig a little bit deeper into the into the pillar number 4, as we mentioned at the very beginning, what we call the operationalization solution pillar. It's important because it's a sort of like horizontal foundation of the conference, covering all the different themes that we have identified in the different other pillar, and focusing on very tactical and implementable ideas and solutions for and from government officials, program managers, frontline practitioners, really with the idea of merging both, again, the broader communities like cybersecurity and development communities, and with the multi-stakeholder approach, so from academia, civil society, private sector, and government. I really like when Tuwela before talked about the cross-pollination. This is a practical example of how we can move basically the needle with very concrete examples when it comes to the cross-pollination. I just would like to explain a little bit more what we envisage for this specific pillar. So as I said at the very beginning, a little bit the what, but also the how. Specifically under this pillar, we have identified the 4 main tracks. One track that is that we call the Empower Better Program Management for Cyber Capacity Building and Cyber Resilient Development. What we want to focus here is focusing on good practices and methodologies, a practical solution when it comes to design, management, and also evaluation of international cooperation projects and programs on cyber issues, and also on mainstreaming cyber-related dimensions. Here is very much for practitioners to try to understand the needs, the gaps, but also which are solutions that we've seen working and how we can basically measure them, how we can measure their impact. And then we move to the track that is focusing on implementing successful cyber capacity building and cyber resilient development actions. So this track is focused on practical solution and advice for the implementation of actions that strengthen the cyber resilience and increase the cyber capacities. So this will enable the exchanges on how to, basically, good practices and the do's and don'ts of managing cyber risk and implementing effective cybersecurity solutions from the field. Specifically, we would like to understand which are the needs of stakeholders that implement cyber resilience projects on the front line, including, for example, again, government officials, international partners, providing training advice, understanding the role of the different other communities. And then track C, which is using global public goods for cyber capacity building. I would spend just a couple of words on this, because basically the various communities that are working to improve cybersecurity and cyber resilience from different perspectives have developed a wealth of freely available resources in various formats, tools, frameworks, guides, platforms that then can be considered global public goods in the service of practitioners in the cyber capacity building efforts. These cover a wider range of applications supporting the growth of the development of the entire cybersecurity ecosystem, but there's not an existing kind of like a global comprehensive repository. The idea here is really to raise awareness and showcasing such global public goods. And I would like also to mention, and building upon what Chris was mentioning at the very beginning, there is also another important dimension when we think about the operationalization of cyber capacity building within the development ecosystem, which is the regional dimension. So we also have envisaged a specific track that consists of 5 regional sessions to discuss how the issues raised during the conference apply locally and to promote and encourage regional coordination. So the 5 regions identified are Africa, Pacific, Latin America and Caribbean, Asia and Middle East. And this will be really like the moment to discuss not only, I would say, the approach and the dimension, but really which are the concrete actions that are taking place and how we can best coordinate. Why I mentioned also the how, and we can go to the next slides, because basically what we are currently working on as a team of co-organizers together with the program advisory team is to understand the criteria and the format for opening this track as a call for proposal. And we're working both on the criterion format and also on the selection committee that will be established by the 15th of December. The open call will be launched on the 15th of December, and the proposals can be submitted until the 15th February. And the selection committee will review the proposals and select the session leads by March. The open call will be communicated widely to the global community through, and you see the logo here, the GC3B website and social media, different consultation events, like for example this one, the newsletter of the different partners, and co-host social media channels. As co-organizer together with the GFC, the World Bank, and the World Economic Forum, we are looking for feedback actually from the multi-stakeholder community that you all represent, specifically on the topics of this track. So Teresa, I hand over the floor to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Francesca, for diving in. And what I think became quite evident while you were speaking is that it wasn't a quick slide that you pulled together before the session. This is a result of quite some extensive work that has been done by the GFC and all the partners for this conference. And I would like to also thank you and the CPI for being so active in this process. At this moment, before we get to the other part of the session, I would like to invite you, participants online, on site, to jump in with any questions, suggestions, concerns. Just give me a sign.
Don't be shy.
I know it's Wednesday already of the IGF, but okay, you can jump in anytime throughout the session, and please be encouraged not to ask just about the GC3B conference, but also any clarifications and questions you have on the GFC, on the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, its function, and work more broadly. So at this point, we will try a little online experiment that would be very convenient for anybody who is shy to speak here, because we can anonymously, hopefully if it works, contribute online. And Anna, if I could ask you to kindly share your screen to put up the Mentimeter. I feel a tool that many of you are familiar with already, and it seems to be working, which is great, where we will try to get your inputs on some of the let's say priorities that should fall under pillar 4 that Francesca so well described to us. I am aware that it now looks super tiny on the screen, but once you log it on your devices, it should be bigger, and I will also make sure to read this out. So if I may encourage you, our participants online and on-site, to grab a device, either a mobile phone or your computer, go to menti.com. And when you're there, oh, we have some quick respondents. Whoever it is, congratulations. And then put the code, which is 8641594. And the first question asks for your input on empowering better program management for cyber capacity building and cyber resilient development. And some of the, yes, no, I can see it here, don't worry. Thank you, thank you. And some of the options that we want your input on, what you think are kind of like which 4 topics should be prioritized. Yes, and in this we have lessons from and for practitioners in mainstreaming cyber resilience into development, planning and implementing cybersecurity and cyber resilience programs that are multi-stakeholder by design, ensuring equality, diversity, and inclusion, and last but not least, bringing cyber expertise into development programs. I'll give you a little while to kindly log your answers. I think it's always fascinating to watch this live as you're making your choice. I also think it's not totally surprising that we have kind of hits for every single let's say, objective or priority, because all of them, without discussion, are of relevance. But we would just like to feel the temperature a little bit to get your inputs, because one of them seems to be going performing very well, and that's actually the last option, bringing cyber expertise into development programs and upskilling, reskilling development staff on cyber issues. Theo, are you surprised by seeing a result like this? Because that can go quite down your alley.
So I'm not surprised. This is the choice of everyone. So we need to focus and put emphasis on bringing cyber resilience into the development programs on national level, international level, even in RSC regional communities programs and strategies. So this is what people are suggesting. So I'm not surprised.
Okay, very good. If anybody else would like to comment on your choices, again, the option is always there on the table. But looking at the weakest performer, which is yes, ensuring equality, diversity, and inclusion in CCB and cyber resilience programs. Francesca, can I jump to you if this surprised you?
Thank you so much, Teresa. Well, actually, I think it's I think one of the challenges is also that as a community, and I take it as a sort of like responsibility for us all, maybe to better articulate it. Because I think that one of the challenges that we've seen is these kind of like dimensions are often kind of like referred at more as a token, or because it's kind of like becoming a sort of like buzzwords to have, for example, the diversity, equity, and inclusion, whilst I think we need to be more kind of like solutions oriented, and maybe a way to raise awareness, for example, is by giving concrete examples. So I think I take it as a sort of like is maybe the less voted one, but it's very interesting, and I think it's a good sign for us as a community to instead put a spotlight exactly on this topic, to have a constructive discussion. So I think a little bit the weakness is for us as a community is not to give enough, let's say, examples and meat basically to such an important topic, and the conference can be an opportunity for doing so.
Thank you, Francesca. And also maybe as you alluded to, this should be a given. Yes, this should be an automatic expectation that the conference will be sensitive to equality, diversity, and inclusion. I can say that for the GFC, it is a given. Absolutely, absolutely, yes. Now, if we can, Anna, jump on the next question in the Mentimeter. So keep your devices warmed up because we are going to look at track B, which is on implementing successful cyber capacity building and cyber resilient development actions. Again, just for everybody's convenience, I will quickly read those priorities out. Opportunities and challenges of financing cybersecurity and cyber resilience in developing countries. Cyber fellowship program for small countries. Improving national cyber hygiene. Solutions for closing the cybersecurity skills and workforce gap. Best practices for establishing national CSIRTs and protecting CNI, and various simulations. So feel free to take a little bit of your time. So things are moving. Let's just wait a few seconds longer. Okay, so we seem to have a clear winner again, which is the first one. Opportunities and challenges of financing cybersecurity and cyber resilience in developing countries through different sources. I have to admit, misusing my moderator role, that I'm really excited to see this, because here we are and several speakers have mentioned it. This conference outcome need to be practical, need to lead to some action. And this is always the elephant in the room that is not talked about enough about the financing. So so that's really great to see from my point of view. Chris, what about your interpretation of what we are seeing on the screen? Sorry, we have it very tiny, for us, so we need to have some backup.
No, I too, I think that, look, this is a real practical problem, and that's something we've seen again and again is financing is a big issue. So it's not surprising. I mean, all of these are important issues, but financing certainly is a threshold one to get anything else done. So understood. Yeah, makes sense.
Any comments on this actually in the room? Any experience to be shared by those of you here about, actually always ending at the money question for the many initiatives that your organizations are involved in?
Yes, Teresa,
yes, please,
if I may. Yes, as a moderator, online moderator. So we have a bunch of people here who are good listeners. Um, so I expect also some questions during the next 15 minutes. Maybe I think if I look at it at the outcomes, I think like Chris said, resources. That's a key topic also for the conference. So it does make sense, and also skills development in general in capacity building is a big theme. We also saw that in track A. That also came up, so I think that makes sense as well. I also see that Francesca, you have raised your hands. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I'm indeed not, let's say, not surprised by the winner, let's say, in this specific section. I just want to mention that, especially because we want to have an open call on this topic, also to consider not only, I mean, the need for resources, but also the innovative way that we can think about which are the solutions that either we've seen that are working, or also that we can think together about proposing how to involve different donors, for example, in this sector, how to go about basically joining forces for better using the resources that are already available. So I just wanted to mention these two aspects that I think are also relevant under this topic. So donors kind of like differentiation and the diversification, and also the potential, joint forces when it comes to resources in terms of funding cyber capacity building initiatives.
Thank you very much, both of you, David and Francesca. Point taken. This will be important at the conference, and if the GFC and through its facilitating role can humbly contribute to more mobilization of donors, this will be excellent achievement. Just for your information, the weakest or lowest points were given to the best practices for establishing national CSIRTs and protecting CNI. Yes, it's probably quite a zoomed-in topic. Wouldn't mean that it's not important enough, but yes, probably competing with the other more let's say broader topics was tough for this one. Let's go to the last question in the Mentimeter, if you wish, where I will give you a little bit more time because it's an open-ended question. You don't need to write a novel, but you can write us a few bullets in few words, your point on using global public goods for cyber capacity building. I'm not interpreting the question on purpose. Take it as you wish to interpret it, and feel free to share with us a few words that as you type should be appearing on the screen. And I will then ask Dr. Tovela to comment, if possible, once we get the answers flowing in. So whoever is the fastest typer will appear first. Okay, it's coming in. Let's wait a few more seconds. Thank you for those who have shared their inputs. And of course, both online on-site participants are welcome to be with us and shape this discussion. And there are already quite a few to pick from, but let's wait a little bit more. And for your information, we have about 12 minutes left for this session. And if any of you would then like to elaborate on your brief points a little bit more, you know that the opportunity is there. Okay, so let me just share with you those that we can see already. Twice I can see the word definition. Yeah, do we need a definition to set the stage for this track? to have a common understanding. Another input was along the same lines. We need more definition. Other inputs that we could see here is that the GFC and its Sybil portal, I will talk about it maybe towards the end of the session, could support public goods globally. Okay, yes. Global goods could also provide a repository to avoid duplication of efforts. Involvement of development community into CCB, thinking about mechanisms for sustainability of global public goods. And more are in, and I cannot see because I would need you, dear colleagues, to scroll down. Thank you. Okay. So connotation between open source and public goods, handling risk for cyber attacks, common platforms, cybersecurity knowledge mentioned in connection to global public goods. Excellent. Dr. Tovela, as you're looking at the screen and some of the ideas coming in on this track, do you have some observations to share, please?
Thank you very much. It's very interesting, I think, in terms of some of the comments that are coming through, in terms of, especially when you look at issues of knowledge, platforms, but also I think very important, the idea of defining and being clear that we're all talking about the same thing. What I think then for me, this also perhaps in some ways does tie into the last question and the outcome of the last question on resources, because yes, we may have and we may define global public goods and we may put these goods at the disposal of the community for cyber capacity building. But at the end of the day, someone has to pay for all these things. So it will still come back to the question of sustainability, of how we develop these global public goods, but how do we also make sure that they are sustainable? So I think the point on resourcing and resources and innovative financing is something that we will still need to really tackle very deliberately if we are indeed going to be able to create and sustain global public goods to address the issues of cyber capacity building. Back to you.
Thank you very much for this quick interpretation of what we have been seeing coming in. For your information, we have a track of what you have put in. Yeah, so we will definitely reflect it in the discussions of quite a big team that is actually working on putting the conference together. Now, before we go to some practicalities, such as where to find more information and similar, Chris, if I can go back to you to kind of share with us what are the kind of immediate next steps in the process of getting where we want to get in connection to the conference.
Yeah, I mean, one obviously is to get input from all of you, which we're doing today, but we really would welcome more substantive input, and like Teresa said, and I said earlier, it can be by talking to us while we're here, sending emails, whatever you fancy I think will help us. We are working on finalizing where exactly the conference will be and the timing of it. We'll communicate that through the community once those are set. We want to make sure it's a place that's accessible to people. We want to make sure that it's gives us time to get the right people there, et cetera, and get the planning done and to do the consultations we're doing now. So there's a lot of moving pieces in that, as you might imagine. So we'll be communicating that. But we plan to have a couple more engagement sessions in various places that we have a chance. This is a big one, obviously, because a lot of the community is here. But if you see us at any venue that we're at, and we often are at different venues around the world, engage with us. If you have ideas, we really want to hear them.
Thank you very much, Chris. Practically speaking, the best way to stay in the loop of the further announcement and planning is to actually go to the website of the conference. And as you can see, the branding is very cool and elegant and ready. And there is a website for the conference, gc3b.org. So that's obviously one source of information. The same email address is actually available. It's contact@gc3b.org. If I made a mistake, my colleagues online, please correct me. And stay tuned. yes, to what's coming. If you are part of the GFC community as a member or partner, of course, you will be kept in the loop as well through the communication that we have with our community, and obviously through the main website of the GFCE, which is the gfce.org. And I would also like you to explore, to talk to us about whether your organization is maybe missing in the community and should be part of our community, where we try to bring together actors active in cyber capacity building, especially on the global level. But as was referred to earlier as well, we are zooming in to individual regions. We are actually in the process of setting up regional hubs. So even if your work is on the regional level, we definitely want to talk to you and engage with you. You can contact us at contact@thegfc.org, or please talk to any of us. Of course, Chris, director of the GFC, Mario Bayan is with us as well, or myself. Catch us in the corridors, catch us after the session, and we would be very happy to exchange with you further. So in case there are no other questions at this stage, I would like to thank you for being here with us or joining us online, and enjoy the rest of the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. The next session is about to start. If you are not here for the next session, kindly excuse us for the next session. Thank you. And if you are here for the next session and you are a panelist, please, you have to sit on this side of the hall. Thank you.
It's very nice. Yes, that's the second reason. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you, especially our online panelists from the Great IGF Summit from Addis Ababa. My name is Piotr Adamczewski, and I represent the organizer of the panel, Polish Competition and Consumer Protection Office. I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Martyna Derśniak, who will moderate the panel.
not to be there in person in Ethiopia, and I imagine my colleagues Piotr and Eva are having a really good time there, and I'm hoping the event is very successful. I attended it last year, and it was really a great pleasure to be there. Piotr has been there presenting a very interesting AI tool on consumer protection, which is obviously the field and the area of expertise of all of us here. This is particularly interesting to be able to have that panel here, because all the experts and professionals in consumer protection that are here with us are consumer protection professionals, but there is lots of challenges that we tackle, which are related to digitalizations, and dark patterns is one such area. So we thought that it is very relevant to discuss this topic at the IGF Internet Governance Forum, because we believe that there is it's a gathering of internet professionals and people who can who tackle issues related to digitalization from a different perspective than us. And we thought it would be particularly interesting to see how we can alert and perhaps discuss and hear your thoughts on this issue of dark patterns, which we struggle with, and it's one of the most relevant and hot topics in consumer protection these days. So I will not tell you what dark patterns are yet, unless you don't know, if you don't know it, but I'm sure panelists will soon explain this to you. But even if you don't know the term, I'm sure you came across them many times, maybe to some extent more or less aware, depending on your background and depending on how conscious a consumer you are on the internet. But I will not make this any longer. I will let all the panelists introduce themselves, just stating your position and your background, and I will just give you the floor based on the random order in our registration of the session. So Katarzyna, Kasia, my colleague from the office, go ahead first.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Katarzyna Raczewska. I'm a Deputy Director in the Consumer Protection Department in the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection. And almost from the beginning, I worked in the consumer rights enforcement in telecommunication and e-commerce sectors. And I also have some experience in legislative processes, so it gives me an ability to look at dark patterns from two different perspectives.
Thank you, Dries. DC Racer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martina. And indeed, I'm using an alias today, which was not really intended, but sort of an emergency login. Anyway, most people know me indeed as Dries Kuipers. I work for the Authority for Consumers and Markets in the Netherlands. I have about 20 years of experience in enforcement, of which over 5 years in the digital economy, and I have been very active in the field of dark patterns or deceptive design. I am one of the co-authors of the guidelines for the protection of online consumers by the ACM, which basically deals with dark patterns. I will post the link later on in the chat. I think that's it for now. Thank you very much for organizing this session.
Thank you, Dries. Egelin, would you go next?
Thank you so much. So hello, everyone. My name is Egelin Brown. I'm a legal officer working at the European Commission. I'm also team leader for the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, which is one of the key EU law instruments that would apply to dark patterns, as well as many other digital topics. In my day-to-day work, I focus mainly on digital issues. And I'm currently coordinating a review of EU consumer legislation precisely from this digital perspective. In terms of dark patterns, it's also something on our radar. I helped co-author the guidelines that the Commission presented on the interpretation of the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, which also includes a section on dark patterns, as well as our study that we conducted earlier this year, which examined some of the effects of dark patterns, and I will refer to it later on. Thank you.
Thanks, Eglin. Nicholas?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And I'm grateful to participate in this panel today at this great event, and I'm sorry to not be there in person. So my name is Nicholas McSpadden-Brown. I'm a policy analyst at the OECD, supporting the OECD Committee on Consumer Policy, which is currently doing a lot of work on dark patterns. And today I'm glad to be able to speak in particular about dark patterns based on a report that the committee published last month, available on the OECD website, which discusses what dark patterns are, their prevalence online, their harms, and possible responses to them from policymakers, regulators, and businesses. And so, this is quite a wide-ranging report, and the Committee on Consumer Policy is now building on that report with some empirical work to further develop the evidence base on some key dark patterns of interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Yoasha?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here with all of you, although virtually. My name is Yoasha Luzak. I'm a professor of private law at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. And I do research on consumer law, consumer behavior. A lot of my research focuses on information provision to consumers and transparency. And since lack of transparency is really what leads to deceptive design and dark patterns, I'm very happy to discuss this topic with you today.
Thanks very much. And last but not least, Leon.
Good morning, everybody. Although here it's always a good morning. And I'm glad to be on this panel. I represent e-commerce Europe, the umbrella organization of national e-commerce organizations representing web shops. We represent over 150,000 web shops all over Europe. And I'm already in consumer law since the late 80s of the last decennia. And since 15 years, I'm working in the e-commerce sector. I'm taking part in the Consumer Policy Advisory Group, which is momentarily busy with considering the refit of European consumer law. And in that perspective, we also have as a subject dark patterns and the question in how far dark patterns need new regulation. So I'm involved in the issue from the beginning, I guess. We also have negotiations or talks with BEUC, the European umbrella consumer or the organization on this issue. And as a business, we try to contribute to a good understanding of what we mean with dark patterns. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. So as you see, we are all consumer protection professionals, and we all have something to do with dark patterns, e-commerce, things that are happening online to consumers. We represent a wide range of actors, as you can see, and it would be very interesting to engage into this topic with everybody here online and on site. If you have any questions, just post them on chat. We will see and hope we can answer them. Otherwise, we can try to answer them online on the chat. So, dark commercial patterns. Let's start with Nicholas, perhaps telling us what they are. You mentioned the OECD report, which was declassified last month, and it was a much awaited document. Many of us contributed to this report, and it's a very comprehensive review of dark patterns, what they are. So please try and explain to us what they are.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martinez, for the question. So I think for some time, there's certainly been a rough common understanding of dark patterns as being practices commonly found in the user interface design of websites and apps that trick consumers into doing things that they wouldn't have otherwise done. And over time, especially with a lot of academic research, there's been a growing list of practices that fit that description, and they've been categorized into taxonomies to allow us to better classify them. And so we have examples ranging from fake countdown timers on e-commerce websites, or having to go through multiple steps to cancel a service, or having additional charges added in the final stage of the transaction. So there's definitely many examples out there. But there's also been a number of definitions out there, but still provided by different actors, but still no universally accepted definition, and that's partly because there are several challenges involved. For example, not all dark patterns influence the consumer in the same way. Some dark patterns are clearly deceptive, but others involve emotionally manipulative framing, which can be quite subtle. Some practices might not be considered dark patterns for all consumers. And in addition, it's sometimes hard to draw the line between a dark pattern and other commonly accepted marketing practices, such as just common psychological pricing tactics involving reducing the first digit of a price by 1 and raising the others to 9, for example, which can also be considered manipulative. So really drawing the line sometimes is really a hard thing, but and the Committee on Consumer Policy took account of these challenges and actually took inspiration from some of the legislative text that has been developed in some jurisdictions trying to define dark patterns, and actually in the report managed to develop a working definition to facilitate discussion among regulators and policymakers across jurisdictions. And so I'll just explain how they've defined it. And it's defined as a business practices employing elements of digital choice architecture, in particular in online user interfaces that subvert or impair consumer autonomy, decision-making, or choice. And it goes on to say that they often deceive, coerce, or manipulate consumers and are likely to cause direct or indirect consumer detriment in various ways, though it may be difficult or impossible to measure such detriment in many instances. So this is a really, I think, important first step here in progressing towards a common understanding, or indeed a global definition. But it's important to keep in mind that this is a working definition, which may well need to be adapted for specific contexts, such as regulatory application, so as to more easily take action against such practices, but also provide a legal certainty to businesses.
Thanks very much, Nicholas. So in fact, what we can understand is that there is lots of such practices. There's many different types of them, and they have a different range, so to say, of being manipulative and causing harm or detriment to consumers, and which is why it's difficult to provide a definition, because there is just so many of them and they have such a different type of impact on consumers. And in my view, it's also interesting to see how can we define manipulation and what is manipulative, and also what is detriment. Are consumers aware of it? Is it a situation in which a consumer makes a choice based on dark patterns and then immediately after they are regretting it, or they are not even aware that they have done something that would be their detriment? So this is all very interesting. Joasia, could you perhaps also say something from your perspective on dark patterns, what they are, and why do you think they appear in the first place?
Yes, of course. So I think following up with Nicholas' definition that OECD provided, I think it's quite interesting to note that the uncertainty as to what is a dark pattern or deceptive design and what is a relatively still innocent marketing practice, this distinction can be blurred. And I wanted to draw attention to the fact that Richard Taylor, who coined the term of nudges, which is basically choice architecture, which we now have a problem with for these deceptive design practices for dark patterns. So he differentiated the choice architecture nudges from what we call dark patterns by making a point that choice architecture is neutral. So he says the choice architecture itself is never evil. It's how the designer of the choice architecture chooses to use it that leads to the issues that consumers experience with deceptive design. And that means, well, he calls these practices sludges instead of nudges, which is quite interesting. And I think we need to also be very careful as to what terminology we use, because there's more and more, I think, comments appearing that dark patterns may not be the best term for these practices. So Taylor used the term sludges. Henry Bregnell is using the term now of deceptive design, and he's the one who actually originally came up with the term of dark patterns. Now, bringing it back to the point, why do we have these practices on the market? If we look at the fact that the choice architecture itself is perceived as neutral, then its design would not be something that designers, web designers, graphic designers would refrain from. It's just one of the tools to their disposal. The same applies to advertising marketing companies. It's just one of the potential marketing techniques and tools. And then the question arises: how is this technology, this design practices, techniques actually being used in practice? And this brings us back to the intent. Now, the problem with intent of the designer or of the trader is that if we only penalize such harmful digital choice architecture that was intentionally implemented to introduce harm, that would put a very high burden of proof on consumers, on consumer organizations who protect collective interests of consumers. So we could, on that basis, argue against looking at the intent. But then the question brings us back to, okay, so how do we then determine these deceptive design practices, and how do we actually differentiate them from the other practices on the market? How do we decide what do we prohibit and what do we focus our enforcement efforts on? And I wonder whether this actually should mean that we should focus on defining deceptive design, or whether we simply need to know more clearly what categories of deceptive design there are and which should be fully prohibited because they have this potential of causing harm in any and all circumstances. So we cannot excuse them, and which categories then actually require case-by-case assessment. But that could happen on the basis of tests we already have, which I'm sure we're going to discuss, on the basis of the protection against unfair commercial practices. So this is just a beginning of a discussion for further, I think, panelists.
Thanks very much. And it was a very nice overview. It seems in a way that dark patterns or those kind of deceptive practices are like a slippery slope, because we have many, online design architecture, choice architecture, and it becomes kind of a slippery slope in the way that it's being used. Perhaps this is one way that it could be understood. So it was a very nice overview based on research at the OECD, among others, and academia. Thanks very much for this. I think that's already clarifying a lot. Now I would like to turn to our representatives of the enforcers of consumer law, Dries and Kasia, and perhaps Eglin also, to tell us a little bit from your perspective of standing at the guard of consumers. Why are they? Why are dark patterns problematic? And perhaps I would start with Dries.
Yes, thank you very much, Martina. And I think already there's a lot to unpack that has been said that I won't go into immediately in terms of intent, for example, and design being neutral or not. But let's stick to the question that you raised. So I think it's important maybe to, before I dive into the more theoretical, to sort of showcase what we're actually talking about. So there's a couple of cases that we have recently done, some of which together with other European enforcement agencies that had some clear dark patterns in them. And I think there's two ones that I want to single out just to illustrate what we're talking about in practice. The first one is a case that we did against Amazon, where Amazon made it extremely difficult for consumers to cancel their subscription to Amazon Prime. So whereas I think you would need about 43 clicks to get rid of Amazon Prime prior to the action, we actually told Amazon that they needed to reduce that number of steps to 2 or 3. Which I think is a very clear dark pattern. I mean, we haven't investigated this, but there is some interesting journalistic reporting out there which suggested that this was a very deliberate attempt on Amazon's side to retain customers. And I think it has become a lot easier now for consumers to cancel their subscription if they no longer need it. So I think that's a very clear example of what we're talking about. Another one that I want to mention is a Dutch-based business by the name of Booking.com, which I think is known to many people who do their bookings online. And they used to use scarcity claims in relation to the numbers of rooms available in hotels that you were looking at. Now, the information that they provided can, of course, be very useful to consumers if only it's true. So it might be very relevant for you that only 2 or 3 rooms have been left in the hotel that you're looking at. However, the thing was that the scarcity message that you received as a consumer, which said only 2 rooms left, may actually refer not to the period that you're looking into hiring a room, or it may actually not even be true. So we clearly demanded from Booking to change this and to bring this in accordance with reality. So where the information provided by the trader really becomes useful to consumers and no longer puts pressure on them to actually book a room as quickly as possible, and therefore probably, you know, be less critical of and do less research whether this is actually the best available option for you. So I think maybe then going to the question on why are dark patterns harmful, and I think it's important to maybe distinguish a couple of types of harms of dark patterns. And I think the one that springs to mind probably the most is the individual harm. So that may be monetary losses in terms of not having the best deal. It could also be, for example, time lost during the process. Think about the Amazon Prime where you want to cancel and it takes you a long time to do so. But also, for example, privacy lost in terms of, you know, the manipulative consent when we're talking about particularly the European setting of the GDPR. I think the other problem is that we know that dark patterns may have negative effects on competition. So it could indeed trigger a race to the bottom where actually the business that is best able to manipulate consumers is best able to elaborate its market share and therefore be the winning competitor, which is of course not something that we would like to see in the market. And I think thirdly, and we know fairly little about this still, is that you know, on the long term, on the long run, dark patterns may be able to impact autonomous decision making by people, by consumers, which is, I would say, something which is very undesirable and that we do not want to see. So here I'm thinking on what to add. I think there's a couple of quick things I want to mention. So I think I agree that some dark patterns are more harmful than others. We're still in the process of trying to find out which ones are more harmful than others. There is some good work out there, some both academic work, but also work, for example, that I want to refer to by our colleagues from the UK, from the CMA, who've tried to bring an overview of all the different dark patterns and weigh their harms based on the available empirical research out there, which I think is very useful. I think we also know that some dark patterns, for example, obstruction or forced action or the use of defaults may be stronger dark patterns than others because we know that the biases that they play on are very strong. But I think it's very important to bear in mind that the specific application of a dark pattern may to a large degree determine the harm involved. I think the sales channel that is being used, whether it's a website, app, or maybe in a game, is very relevant. Also, the consumer that is being addressed, particularly if dark patterns are start to be personalized, which is not unthinkable, but also the product or the service involved may determine the effect of the dark pattern, and also the extent to which there are the accumulative effects of multiple dark patterns on a website come into play. So that's, I think, why we as enforcers say that we think it's very important that there is a duty on businesses in general to create fair designs. And we think the way to do that is to also oblige them to test the effects on consumers of dark patterns, not just the effects in terms of conversion, which is something that's being done widely, but also to see how do these practices impact consumer decision making. And if it leads to the wrong decisions by consumers, then you would really have to wonder whether this is a marketing practice that you want to engage in as a business. So I think I'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So in a way, I think that clarifies, and in another way, I think it shows how complex this topic is. Kasia, would you like to add something from your perspective?
Yes, sure. I fully agree that there is a variety of different dark patterns, and in consequence, they poses different challenges when combating them. And I think that we should have two factors in mind when we're thinking about creating a strategy to combat dark patterns. The first factor is whether we are actually aware we're facing a dark pattern, because it's very difficult to combat something we are not aware of. And the second one, whether we actually have at hand an adequate legal grounds. Some dark patterns are relatively easy for consumers to spot, like drip pricing, for example. There is a big chance that that consumers will notice the change in final price. Of course, it doesn't mean that there is no consumer harm, because even in the best case scenario, consumers lose time and they have difficulties to choose the best offer. And in the worst case scenario, of course, there are monetary losses as well. But in other cases, consumers might not even be aware there is a dark pattern there. And even if they can spot the mechanism on the interface, it not necessarily means they can prevent it. For example, in 2019, we issued a decision against SKPL. It was an airline intermediary, which offered insurance as pre-selected options. And in this case, of course, it resulted in drip pricing because it appeared only at the end of the purchase process, but consumers could uncheck the box. So they could prevent the result of the dark pattern. Of course, not everyone noticed the box, which is also important in this case. But it allowed us some space for discussion with the trader and to issue a commitment decision. And for example, this year, we had a similar problem with Vinted platform. It's a platform for second-hand clothing. And in this case, there was an additional fee, a buyer protection fee. But there was no checkbox that consumer could unbox. And it wasn't clear for the consumers how to buy without the fee. So it seemed to them that the fee would be mandatory. And the harm in this case is slightly different, because it can affect consumers in a more serious way. And also, we should bear in mind that in some cases, consumers don't see the dark pattern. Sometimes they see the consequences. For example, in subscription traps. In such cases, we receive a lot of complaints, but it is quite difficult to investigate it since we don't know where the subscription trap may originate. And last year, we issued a decision. It was also a commitment decision against Orange. It's an internet service provider. Concerning a subscription trap, which was activated via a flash SMS. It's a sort of a notification. It seems like a notification, but it's an SMS. However, it's not stored in the mailbox. So consumers thought it was just a sort of a spam. They clicked it. There were two buttons, OK and cancel, and they didn't even remember it. So only information they could provide us with were concerning consequences of the subscription trap, because they couldn't remember even seeing the notification, clicking on it. And it also poses some challenges, because if we don't have enough information in the complaints we receive, it's very difficult to investigate. We cannot use sweeps, for example, to find such practices, because it doesn't affect everyone. So it's not enough to enter on a website to see whether it's all right. Sometimes there are more factors involved. And then it also leaves us cases where there is no visible consequences, not at the first sight. Like, for example, when consumers see recommendations that should be best for them, but not necessarily are. And to estimate that detriment in such cases, I think it's the biggest challenge, especially that we don't always have an adequate legislation at hand. I mean, UCPD directive is a great tool, and I think it allows us to address many challenges on the market, but not all of them, unfortunately.
Thanks very much. So perhaps before we finish talking about what dark patterns are in theory, in practice, I would just ask Eglin to briefly present the work that the European Commission has done on the prevalence of dark patterns. Perhaps you could add something to what Dries and Kasia have already said.
Thank you. Indeed, as I mentioned in my introduction, and I also pasted it now in the chat, earlier this year, we published the behavioral study on dark patterns because we at the Commission, in order to take additional policy action, we needed to get actual empirical evidence on how prevalent dark patterns are and do they actually impact consumer decisions. Because we hear a lot of discussions about their potential to be harmful, but there aren't that many empirical studies that prove for each of the different types of dark patterns that we have talked about, what degree of impact do they have on consumers. So just very briefly, the findings are quite alarming. First of all, dark patterns were considered to be highly prevalent. And here I'm talking about 97% of the most popular websites and apps used by EU consumers contained at least one dark pattern. And most of them had multiple dark patterns combined in one interface design. So that shows that there's a huge problem of consumer manipulation. The most common dark patterns were hidden information, creating false hierarchies, pre-selections like the pre-ticked boxes that Kasia was just mentioning, nagging, so making repeated requests to consumers, as well as difficult cancellations in the style of what Dries was mentioning with how many clicks it took to cancel Amazon Prime. And so indeed, it appears, unfortunately, that dark patterns are universally prevalent right now. It's not just that we are making fuss about some kind of new hyped up term, but it really is a big issue. And in terms of how they actually impact consumers, then we conducted 2 behavioral experiments. The first one we had with over 7,000 participants in 6 EU member states. And essentially, we asked them to choose between 2 different packages of digital service, and we tried to manipulate their decision with dark patterns to choose one of them. And with that experiment, we proved that dark patterns did have a statistically significant impact on the transactional decision of an average consumer, so to speak, but also vulnerable consumers. And vulnerable consumers were more impacted, especially those who were older and those with a lower education level. So indeed, it is a problem, and we have now some empirical evidence that they do impact consumers. Interestingly enough, as a last remark, we also conducted a smaller experiment to see whether going beyond the economic harm or privacy harm that was mentioned that consumers can have, do they also suffer some neurophysiological harms or some additional effects from being exposed to these dark patterns? And there we conducted this experiment with 120 participants in 3 EU member states, and the results were a bit more mixed. But what I can say is that a type of forced action dark pattern, where you really strongly encourage the consumer to take a specific decision, those did have the biggest impact. They increased the heart rate of the participants, which is associated with anxiety, with alertness, and also, the participants reported the highest levels of frustration and feeling like they were being manipulated. So I think there's a lot of interesting research still to be done, which of course could help policymakers, but enforcement authorities. So indeed, I encourage you to read this study and to keep the research going on these issues.
Thank you. Thanks very much to all of you. And I think it's very interesting to hear. So I think we have managed clearly to establish or perhaps, first of all, clarify what dark patterns are, establish that there are different types of dark patterns, but there clearly are detrimental in various ways to consumer, not just in terms of their economic losses, but also, as you have just described, in terms of even impact on their health. and both in physical and psychological. They are manipulative, and they should be isolated from a regular legitimate marketing practices. So let's now focus on discussing how we can fight them, and trying to see what different actors are responsible in fighting dark patterns, in addressing them. And I think when we discuss this, there is a clear balance to see on what's the burden on different types of actors in terms of businesses themselves, and legislators and enforcers of the law, of consumer protection law, as well as consumers themselves, and to what extent they should be empowered or they should be equipped to defend themselves against those practices. So very briefly, I would like to hear Nicholas and Joasia, if you could tell us what is your perspective on that. And after this, we are going to ask Leon to share his perspective from the business practice. So Nicholas, perhaps you can go first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martina. And I just wanted to support what other panelists have said about the wide prevalence of dark patterns, the differing levels and types of harms mentioned, and the vulnerability of certain consumers, and which is also thoroughly detailed in the OECD Committee on Consumer Policy's report on the topic. But more to your question, yes, indeed, there are many actors that need to be involved in addressing dark patterns. And so and as I think has been mentioned a bit, many dark patterns already fall foul of existing consumer and data protection laws in many jurisdictions. And so we've seen consumer and data protection authorities playing they play a key role in enforcing those laws. And indeed, there's been a number of successful enforcement actions around the world, including against major online platforms. And Dries and Katerina have touched on some of the enforcement actions they've been involved in. But authorities can also contribute by providing guidance to business. And we've seen, again, around the world, various authorities providing guidance. Dries and Egelin have mentioned some guidance provided in the European Union, but also in terms of raising awareness to consumers, along with consumer organizations as well. And there's been a number of consumer organizations playing an important role in educating consumers about the dangers of dark patterns. And I think as Katerina slightly touched on, there may be gaps in existing laws. So not all dark patterns will not neatly fit within the scope of existing consumer law. And so policymakers here also have a role to play in plugging those gaps. And indeed, we've seen many regulatory proposals in recent years across jurisdictions, particularly relating to online platforms, to try to address some of those dark patterns that might not be able to be addressed within the scope of existing law. Other actors, important actors, are researchers. They play an important role in developing the evidence base that acts to support policy actions, including by, as we discussed, conducting more empirical studies to understand harms, but also developing tools to try to sort of detect dark patterns more easily. And there's been a lot of interesting developments in terms of the technology around sort of, for example, automatic scraping of websites to try to find out where dark patterns are more prevalent. And key actors, of course, are businesses, and especially user interface designers that play a role in trying to, in the first place, seeking to comply with existing laws, but also developing and abiding by fair marketing and design standards, and also try to find self-audit their choice architecture to make sure that they lead to good consumer outcomes. And I think a final actor here is consumers themselves. So consumers can play an important role in learning about dark patterns, and also employing some tools that have been developed, such as browser extensions or certain software that allows them to detect and mitigate dark patterns on their own as well. But I think my main point is it's a communal effort. It shouldn't be left to consumers their own. Each actors in the system have an important role to play.
Thanks very much. And Joasia, perhaps you can also tell us a little bit more about this, since you have described a lot on the background of how this has come to be and how dark patterns have become so prevalent. Perhaps anything from the perspective of choice architecture. What's your take on this?
Thank you, Martina. So I would support Nicholas' statement that there is a huge role there for businesses, for traders to play, as if you look at it from the perspective that they are the ones who decide how the choice architecture is going to be used and for what purposes. Drawing their attention to ethical conduct, ethical business behavior, setting up these codes of conduct for different industries. I think that's really the key point, and they have the dominant role here to play. Additionally, what I wanted to mention is that while there is this incentive to say, let's just raise awareness of dark patterns and deceptive design of consumers and the issue will be solved, I think we need to remember that, well, aside of the fact that it's not that easy to make consumers aware of what is deceptive online, there is the additional problem that even if we are aware of certain practices, behavioral studies show that due to various behavioral biases, FOMO-centric behavior especially, so that fear of missing out, we will likely still proceed with certain transactions that will not be in our best interest. And here, actually, I think this is worth putting like a pin on it, because this is where I think our regulations also fail us at the moment. As for example, for unfair commercial practices protection to kick in, we need to prove that consumers took a decision different as a result of that practice than they would have normally taken. So if we cannot prove that impact on consumer behavior, the protection will not apply. And if consumers would have proceeded with the particular transaction, regardless of that deceptive design, there is a problem. And the question is to what extent that the application of the deceptive design causes additional harm, maybe to consumers that wouldn't have applied previously, right? But it's a very small and slight distinction that will not actually be easy to apply in practice. So I think it's important to keep in mind that these behavioral biases will act really strongly here against consumers, and they will often not be able to protect themselves, which is why we need to offer them that additional level of protection.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the spotlight is on businesses now. And Leon, finally, perhaps you can tell us from the perspective of e-commerce businesses, how aware you are of this problem and what do you think businesses can do to combat dark patterns?
Of course, first to tell, we are also engaged in this discussion, so we are getting more and more aware of these practices of dark patterns. Although we have a problem with the definition of dark patterns, dark has a negative connotation, and we want to differentiate between those influencing mechanisms in interface design which cause harm. And which are helping the consumer to make a good choice. For instance, to give you an example there, where we want the consumer to make a more sustainable choice, we give him the information on sustainability, and that might bring him to another decision than he originally wanted. So not all influencing is in our view is dark or is negative. So we prefer, let me say, a definition which differentiates between sludges and nudges, because nudging for the good is well accepted. And of course, we know as businesses that consumers sometimes make decisions which are not very rational. I think behavioral studies show us that all kind of mechanisms influence the consumer's choice, and we think that basically it's allowed to use this insights to let me say to help the consumer to make a choice, but in our view. The border is the limit is there where it starts to cause harm to consumers, where it is deceptive, where it is where it's using in an improper way, in an unfair way, missing out feelings, and etc. And we are now starting to discuss and to get a knowledge and insight on what is considered as let me say unfair nudging, and what is considered as fair nudging and allowed nudging. As a business, we also have a need to know this differentiation because we want to be fair. And most businesses want to treat their customers in a fair way, although some don't. And when I look to the examples which are brought up by Dries and Katarina, it's clear that these practices are not very fair. And also, let me say, the major part of businesses agrees that this is not desirable behavior of web shops. But we also see, but we also see that most of what is called dark patterns, unfair influencing, is already covered by existing law, especially the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive in Europe or similar legal acts in other jurisdictions. And what we also see, which we think is especially for online shopping, is the case that consumers always have a right to withdraw. In most cases, they can withdraw and they can refrain from the choice if they feel afterwards they feel deceived, or let me say not handled fair. And what we also see in Europe, which we think is also in some way helping the consumer to make a good choice, is the buy button we have in Europe, saying to the consumer, if you now push the button or you click the button, you are entering a paid contract, and it has a consequence for you, and it makes the consumer also aware of. I don't think that this is enough. I think we can, when we look at thoroughly to the issue, we can find some let me say dark patterns which are not covered by legislation we have now, and we have to look very carefully which gaps there are, which legal gaps there are, and don't rush into, let me say, new legislation which is already covered by the existing legislation, but which is not enforced. Because I think there's also a big role for one, consumer consciousness, and secondly for enforcement. And maybe in enforcement, I heard some people say, how do we recognize dark patterns? Maybe mystery shopping is an excellent way to try to find out what dark patterns are actually, or what nudging is actually on the market and is used by businesses, and which are unfair and which are not unfair.
Thanks very much, Leon. So I think this brings us back to the issue that it seems that definition of dark patterns is very important, and definition helps us classify some practices as detrimental and forbidden, banned, and others as allowed and as part of fair marketing practices, or even being innovative for consumers, because this is also something that we should differentiate. So we have 10 minutes left, and in those 10 minutes, I would like that we address two more issues. First of all, the issue on legislations. Since legislation should be fit for purpose in terms of fighting dark patterns, being able to not be too so to say fragmented or too complex, so that it's clear, and it's clear for businesses what is allowed, what is not allowed. That will be a question to Eglin, whether you think that the legislation is appropriate, whether there should be something changed, and very briefly, please, and then I will ask also Dries to say what you think about the burden of, or once we establish the issue of legislation, whether it is up to the consumer protection agencies to protect consumers, and to what extent consumers themselves should be able to protect themselves. But please, Eglin, first tell us about what you think on the current state of the legislations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Indeed, law is very important here. It's essentially the tool that helps you to determine whether a practice is unfair or not. It's not only the behavioral experiments or the opinions that we may have on whether something is good or bad. And we've already heard it mentioned a lot during this panel discussion. So the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, which is the main EU legal instrument that covers all business to consumer commercial practices that may happen before, after, or during the consumer's transactional decision. So in essence, indeed, as also others have mentioned, the test is to see whether the practice you have leads the consumer to take a decision that they would not have taken otherwise. And I also heard earlier this mention of intention as a possible element to how we define dark patterns. So currently in EU legislation with this Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, intention to manipulate is not a necessary precondition. And personally, I think that's important to maintain. Because indeed it could also be due to negligence or due to a combination of different elements why in the end a certain interface design or commercial practice is considered harmful. So we elaborated more on how exactly the current legislative framework applies in guidelines that the Commission adopted at the end of last year. But just to give you a very quick overview of what could be the current rules that apply. So indeed, under this directive, a dark pattern could be contrary to the trader's professional diligence. So this means the general standard that is expected from them when they design their interfaces. It could amount to a misleading practice, so by providing false information or truthful information presented in a misleading way, or it could be hiding information, things like that. Or it could even be an aggressive practice, which goes even further in impacting consumers by exercising undue influence over them or exploiting some of the known vulnerabilities that the company knows about. And there are also specific kinds of dark patterns that are already prohibited in the so-called blacklist annex to this directive, like bait and switch practices, fake urgency cues, like fake countdown timers, for instance, or providing false information on market conditions, product availability, presenting false prizes that the consumer has not actually won, or presenting free products that are not actually free, or also nagging, so creating these persistent and unwanted solicitations to the consumer. Looking a bit broader, as some of you may know, in addition, of course, also to the data protection legislative framework, especially in the recent year, the EU legislative framework has been strengthened. So we saw the adoption of the so-called Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, both of which contain some new provisions that do impact dark patterns. So in the Digital Services Act, there is now a definition of dark patterns that you can see in recital 51B, but also a prohibition of dark patterns when it comes to online platforms. But there is, of course, also some nuances to it. So what exactly is covered? It carves out some practices that fall under the data protection regime, as well as the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. Looking now towards the future, we do have, let's say, these very broadly applicable laws, which can potentially cover any practice, any kind of dark pattern. We don't need a definition of dark patterns. It can just be an unfair commercial practice, is how we define it. But is there more that needs to be done? And this is precisely what the Commission now is looking at. We have launched the so-called fitness check evaluation, looking at some of our key consumer legislation and trying to decide whether or not we need further amendments. And dark patterns is one of the key topics that we're looking at. For instance, do we need to prohibit new kinds of dark patterns that are currently not prohibited, like Leon mentioned? So identifying where are really the gaps. Do we need additional new obligations, like a fairness by design principle or a fair or neutral design obligation for companies, and things like that? So this question is still open. We're currently conducting a public consultation, and let's see in 1.5 years, when the fitness check concludes, what will be the opinion of the European Commission on this matter.
Thanks very much, Egvin. So final question to Dries. there is also I see a lot of exchanges on chat about this, on empowering consumers, and simply to what extent would it be a solution to simply make consumers aware and equip them with knowledge about dark patterns, and leave it to them to protect themselves against them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martina. And I want to seize the opportunity to address really two things. I think one is legislation, and the other one indeed is, can we educate consumers? Maybe to start with legislation, I think one thing is important is to mention that we are really up against a very big shift that needs to take place in the business community. I think I'm certainly not accusing all businesses, I think, as Leon rightly so mentioned, of doing this deliberately, although some do, we have to acknowledge. I think generally the problem is that there is a lack of awareness or compliance in the business community as a result of too strong a focus on increasing conversion or sales or turnover. So I think generally what we need to do is we need to get this shift going. And I agree with Nicholas on what he said, echoing that this is really a communal effort, that everybody needs to be involved. But I think squarely responsibility needs to be on the business community in the first place. And I think that's a very relevant notion from my side. I agree with Eglin that we need to be very careful to introduce intent. It will make it extremely hard to prove dark patterns or violations of the law, as we know from criminal law. And I think most enforcement agencies around the world that are responsible for these kinds of legislations do not have criminal powers. So it would be making matters extremely difficult. I think also we shouldn't sit still in terms of legislating until we know everything. I mean, the call for research, yes, I fully support, but we should not wait with legislating until we know everything about this. So then the other thing, I just want to mention it, not a lot of time to go into detail, but I disagree that design can be neutral. I don't think design is ever neutral. And it's just a matter of deciding or actually investigating the effects of design and then deciding whether the effects are desirable or not. Then maybe moving to the consumer side. So I think we should always try and educate consumers. But I think I want to have a couple of notions of caution here. First of all, and I think this was already mentioned by several people on the panel, very often dark patterns cannot be and will not be recognized by consumers, not even if you educate them. And also the sheer nature of dark patterns is that they play on our subconsciousness. So even being aware of a dark pattern does not mean that you're not susceptible to it. So that's why I'm highly skeptical of finding a solution per se with educated consumers. Secondly, I think it was mentioned rightly, so they're not the cause of the problem, so they should also not be the solution to the problem. So I think that's some very important notions that I want to mention around consumer education in relation to dark patterns. So do we need different legislation? Yes, I think we do. Do we need some, can we use, speaking about the European system, can we use the current legislation? Yes, absolutely, to a large degree. But I also think we do need specific prohibitions to make it clear what is allowed and what is not allowed, both to consumers, but also to business community. So I think they also benefit from clear legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are exactly 11 o'clock. So this is the end of this panel. And it's not the end of the discussion, of course. It only shows, I think we managed to perhaps put on the table all the issues that are at stake here, I hope, and to make everybody aware of the complexity of the issue. And we will continue talking about this. If you are interested, reach out to us. And I see there is also some exchange on the chat. Eglin has posted a link to the fitness check on digital fairness of the European Commission. And thank you all for being here and for this sharing your views and your opinions, and even to us. I think it was to us who work with those issues on a daily basis. It was very interesting to hear each other's views, and let's keep in touch. And I wish very good time in Ethiopia to all the participants of the Internet Governance Forum. And reach out to us if you're interested in anything. Thanks very much, and thank you to everybody.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
check microphone. 1, 2, 3. This is a check sound. 1, 2, 3.
We are about to start. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here on the parliamentary track, and it's a closed session. And my name is Honorable Alajimbo, a MAC member and also a co-founder of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. So before we go further, I would like to give the floor to Soriana to just give a brief introduction, and then we can start afresh. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to our online participants. Thank you for joining us at the IGF, and thank you for joining us at the start of the parliamentary track. Just a few notes for those of you who might be new to the parliamentary track at the IGF. It is an initiative that started 3 years ago in an attempt to create a bit of a space for members of parliaments from around the world to engage with each other, but also with stakeholders from other groups around key digital policy and internet governance issues. So what started as a roundtable is now a full-fledged program. Now we have 4 sessions. The parliamentary track is co-organized, led by UNDESA, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, our colleagues at the Interparliamentary Union, and also with the support of the parliament of the host country, wherever the IGF is being held, so this year in Ethiopia. Now, this year our focus is on cybersecurity and cybercrime, so all the 4 sessions you will be attending today and tomorrow are around these topics. The idea is to try to go a bit more in depth and just scratching the surface of issues. So we have these 4 sessions looking first at policy and regulatory issues and legal frameworks, then at the implementation, and if there are challenges there, how to address them, and how you as parliamentarians can contribute to that. Then we will look a bit at UN processes, and again, how you can encourage participation from your countries or your regions. And then we wrap up with the public roundtable, where some of the points you raise here might be communicated to the rest of the participants at the IGF. I won't be taking more time. Thank you for joining. The goal of these sessions is to have them as interactive as possible. So yes, we do have lead discussants, but they are here to engage with you. So please do raise your hands, do contribute, do ask questions, do share your experiences. And one more point, as you might
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are good and have had a good day and enjoyed our lunch. Welcome to this session, specifically looking at Gen Z in terms of the cyberspace and safety online. Of course, to a great extent, we might be a bit more biased towards online safety for children, mainly because this is the upcoming generation and they are getting into technology faster than we did when we started getting into it. And I'm sure almost all of us can attest that it's a period where cybercrime is on the rise, but even the number of children that are being exposed to different online information and technology are more susceptible to cybercrime or other dangers that are found online. And the need to actually have them protected becomes critical, even in these discussions when we're talking about how internet should be governed. For some, they've taken an extreme of restricting how children access the internet, especially if they're given access. But for some who've taken it to the extra mile, they've actually restricted internet access for children. But we cannot avoid the fact that even children need to have access to the internet. Not so. I'm sure almost all of us can agree. So the fact that we are looking at children having access with the growth of technology, which is critical to development of every society, it becomes then important that we actually consider the safety of children online. And so as a way of beginning, before I introduce our speakers, I just want to pick a few thoughts from everyone in the room. what's your brief take on what online safety would look like from your perspective? Maybe let me just have 2 or 3 people to just share their thoughts on that before I introduce the speakers. Anyone? What does online safety for children in this case would mean to you? Anyone? Or maybe even from those that are participating online. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I don't know if I can participate in this topic, but this is a very important thing. So the most important thing I think is the restriction of the sexual content to the children, which is the most affecting things to them. So this is my contribution.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else? What are your thoughts? What would online child safety look like for you, in your view? Yeah, sure, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I agree. I think there are certain topics that worry us as adults in particular. But one thing that I think about a great deal is I think as adults, both as parents, I think as people that work in this space, we tend to make a differentiation between online and offline. And I think for kids, that is a somewhat superficial of a superficial bifurcation. For them, there is not necessarily this like online or offline. For them, it's just life, and they are increasingly living their lives in digital spaces all of the time. And so I think, in many ways, we need to think of online in much the same way that we think about offline, and try not to create such a differentiation in online or offline.
Wow, thank you so much. Maybe let me have one last person, then we can move on. Ma'am? Yeah.
I have a kid of 8 years. I wish I could have an online world where he will not be able to find any game which is engage in fighting, and which is asking him to buy something and to buy some Robux or something like that, and there are less advertisement for more games. It is most probably, I am thinking that it is making my child disintegrated.
Wow, that's quite interesting. So there are literally a lot of different views about what online safety could look like, especially for the development of children. I'm Levis Yansege from the Internet Society Zambia chapter, and one of the things that I'm biased to is Internet for Education, with specifically access and connectivity for children because of the benefit that the internet brought for me when I was growing up. And so today we're having a session on Generation Z in the cyberspace. Are we safe online? And so as a way of beginning, allow me to introduce our speakers for today. We have 3, if not 2, online, and we have 3 right in this room. So let me start by asking them to introduce themselves. I'll start with Jennifer. You could introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Chung. You might have seen me around the venue this morning, a few days ago as well. But for this particular session, I'm putting on the hat of the Secretary General of .Kids Foundation. And .Kids is the only child-centric internet top-level domain. And this is, you'll hear more about what .Kids is all about in a little bit.
All right, thank you. While we're doing the introduction, I've been asked by the technical team that maybe people that are seated at the far end on my left, they could also move this side so that the room doesn't look empty, as well as for easy coordination of the footage. So I don't know if we could maybe starting from somewhere midway, you could maybe probably move this side. All right, thank you. I'll ask, the next person is Aris. Maybe you could also introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hello. Yay.
Okay. I think
hello. Yeah, okay. Am I being heard? So hello and Good afternoon to each and everyone. I am Aris Ignacio, and I'm an academician by heart. And my nature is I'm connected with a university in the Philippines. And more often than not, I concentrate more on ICT technology. And I'm a technical person by nature. And I do teach students, more specifically in the undergraduate level and also the graduate level. And I do involve myself with regards to some of, you know, internet governance issues related to education, and not only to education, but also to technology as well.
Wow,
That's it.
that's an awesome one. Then let me allow two speakers online to introduce themselves. Then I'll allow one more person who is in the room to introduce herself. I don't know if Pavo is in the meeting. You could also introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. So good afternoon, good evening to everyone. I'm Pavel, originally from Bangladesh, but I'm actually based in Thailand. So unfortunately couldn't make it to the IGF this year, but fingers crossed we make it there next year. Well, what am I doing? Okay, right now I'm working as a program officer and as the AP Star Secretariat here at the Internet Education and Research Lab in the university in which I'm working. And I also graduated from this university based in Bangkok. And I have a passion for internet governance issues, and I like to advocate for issues that are very close to my heart. And of course, this online child safety being one of these issues that I have been advocating for quite some time. So it would be interesting to hear everyone's views on this as well. That's all for me.
All right, thank you, Pavo. And then next from the online people, I'll ask Andre to introduce himself. Andre?
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrei Lenikov, and I represent the domain registry.deti, and I'm a public relations specialist. And I think that the protection of children on the internet is very, very important things, because children have a fragile, informed psyche. But it is wrong to simply prohibit children from using the internet, and we need to teach them to use it safely. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andre. And lastly, among the speakers that we have, just a small recognition. Maurice couldn't join in unless otherwise. But for the last speaker that we have in the room, it's Arevik. I'll also ask her to introduce herself.
Good morning, good afternoon. It's okay. Do you hear me? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for everyone who's here and online. So my name is Arevik Martirosyan. I'm a researcher at the Diplomatic Academy of the Russian Foreign Minister, head of the Youth Educational and Scientific Project, International Information Security School. You may be heard about it. We have accreditation at United Nations Open Ed Working Group. And I'm also IGF Ambassador 2022. Thank you.
All right, so I'm informed that Maurice is online. So maybe Maurice, you can also introduce yourself, then we can proceed.
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Very simply, my hat for today is the CEO of DataWorks Communications, and I have over 10 years experience in youth development and advocating also over the years for the safety of children online and making sure that their voices are heard as well. I have a background in psychology, gender studies, as well as communication. So I come from all of these various backgrounds and hats when it comes to addressing youth development, youth online safety, and children online safety as well. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Maurice. So now let's get into the discussion. We talk about online safety. Probably in this very room, there are a lot of definitions based on what we've come across or the dangers we've been exposed to, and so on and so forth. But allow me to get maybe a perspective as well of bringing this discussion together from the participants. I'll ask probably almost all of you to just give your perspective on what is child online safety or online child safety. Let me start with Arevik.
Okay, I think that it is a complex policy, and when we speak about children protection online, we should mention that it shouldn't be also just the responsibility of their parents. It should be also the zone of responsibility of government, of civil society, of scientific community, and there is not just one side that should be responsible. All our society is responsible, and we should take more steps to make the internet more safe for children.
All right, thank you. Let me move to Jennifer. What's your perspective on child online safety?
Sure, thank you, Levi. Maybe I'll speak a little bit on the standpoint of, I guess, the domain namespace. I think a lot of people I heard from the participants and also from my esteemed panelists that child online safety is a very, very complex thing that requires a lot of different stakeholders. It requires education. It requires, especially now speaking from the tech community side, a lot of platforms have a lot of responsibility since children are online a lot. Oh, and we have a little bit of a tech issue in the room, and we have the lights back on. So it's very imperative for us to understand to not just limit certain types of content, which is clear. There is questionable content, extreme violence, there's pornography, things that should not be available to children under a certain age, of course. But at the other end of things, it is very important to realize that they need to be able to express themselves, to be able to create content that is appropriate for themselves, to be able to learn and take the benefits of what internet can bring to their education and development of children. So from the tech community standpoint, there is kind of a double-edged sword here. We need to allow to give them a space for them to develop and learn in a safe environment, and we also need to be very responsive to any abuse, any questionable materials, and this takes a lot of coordination with law enforcement. This takes a lot of coordination with trusted partners, trusted notifiers, and of course takes a lot of coordination with child rights organizations and specific ones like Internet Watch Foundation, who are experts in taking down CSAM, which is child sexual abuse materials. So it does require quite a complex stance, but I think we're all here in this room and also online as well to try to make this happen and try to make this work.
All right, let me shift a bit online before we get back to the room. Let me pick on Maurice and Pavel. What's your perspective on online child safety? How do you look at it? Maybe Maurice can start, then Pavel can come in.
Thank you. Well, really, I love starting with a very simplified definition and making sure that we are all on the same page in the room. I know that we have varied experiences and backgrounds represented in terms of our audience today. So for everyone in the room, just online safety very simply can be understood as, the frameworks, the policies, the regulations that are focused on making sure that online engagement for children is done safely, is done securely, and that our children and also our youth are in no way exploited, taken advantage of, or end up losing their lives because of being active in the internet ecosystem and online. We all know that the internet with mobile phones and other electronic media formats has provided our children and our young people with levels of access to information, to culture, to communication and entertainment that 20 years ago, we would have never imagined would be possible. So now we are faced with a myriad of challenges, as Jennifer also beautifully outlined for you. And we're grappling with this. So essentially what it is, when we look at the definition of online safety for children, it's really just looking at the various frameworks, the various policies, the various regulations that we are discussing, putting in place and formulating and continuously updating to make sure that our young people and children are not exploited when they do engage in the internet space.
All right, thank you. Pavel, your tech.
Thank you, Levi, and thank you to all my esteemed panelists as well for the different definitions and the different backgrounds they're coming from. And I want to come from the background of the risks and responsibilities. So when we say child online safety, we can say it's the risks to the children and young people of having abusive images of them shared on the internet, of being groomed or lured into sexual conversations or exploitation by adult offenders. And also, we also talk about cyberbullying, and we talk about sexual harassment online. So these are all what comes under the umbrella of when we talk about child online safety. Now, how do we tackle these crimes against children? Because you could say that just a single angle is ineffective. So I would say that to systematically protect children, it is up to legislators, regulators, the law enforcement organizations, social service providers, teachers, educators, parents, and of course, the private sector. We have to work together because single-handedly, no one's going to make it work. And yes, it's true that in the modern age, there are a lot of kids who are capable when it comes to looking at the risks that are presented to them to the internet. I would like to give them that advantage that yes, kids today are quite smart, but at the end of the day, they are kids, and despite their agency, we shouldn't overestimate the children's capacity for self-defense. And they are children after all. So adults are ultimately responsible for creating a system that guarantees that children's fair and equal access to the internet, and so that they have fair and equal access to the internet while they are safe at the same time. I've had this conversation with some older generations. So you know what they always say? They're like, oh, kids today shouldn't be having smartphones. It's the parents' fault for spoiling their kids, et cetera, et cetera. Or or something even like, oh, in my time we just grew up fine without technology. And I'm like, well, spoiler alert, technology is here now, and it's here to stay. So we gotta, adapt to it. And of course, we have to also understand that according to the Convention to the Rights of Children, which is by the UN, all children have fundamental rights and access to information, participation, leisure, play, whatever they want to access, whether it's offline or online. And it is our collective responsibility to guarantee that those rights of children, whether they are in the digital or physical environments, are protected. That's for me.
All right, thank you. Let me quickly get the thoughts of what online child safety would mean from Iris, and then we can move to the next part of our conversation and discussion. Iris.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Levi. It's really tough to give a definition if you're the last one who's going to give one. Because, yeah, but it's okay. I would love it as last. But it's really tough. It's really a complex idea. And as you could see, everyone has mentioned all the aspects, all the things that needs to be included there, and all the topics that are already there. But I'm going to look at it in an academic perspective and in a more simpler one, wherein when we talk about online child safety, we are going to talk about more on providing awareness to people. Awareness that they need to know in order for them to move forward. Because without awareness, they would not be able to know on how to do things, how we are going to craft policies, how we are going to do tech, for example, to protect them, and so on and so forth. And we all know that if we are going to provide this to our children, we also need to know on what range are we looking at. Because we are not only looking at kids here, but we are also looking at people who are young adults as well, adolescent age. Because we cannot, guarantee their safety also as of this moment. Because there are a lot, maybe some of, the races that, some people around the world do have this perception that these adolescent ones who are in the proper age already can think straight. But, other people around the world, especially in some parts of the world that doesn't really have an advanced type of technology to deal with. And they do have that certain point that, you know, they're kind of lost and they cling on technology. And that is what we need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So having heard the different perspectives on what child online safety would look like, it looks like it's not a single approach to ensuring this safety. As a result, it brings in different stakeholders at play and different rules from different stakeholders in the whole tech space. Now, my current question gets to be about, are there any current frameworks that are ensuring that there's actually online child safety? Let me start with you, Jennifer, again, before I get to Iris.
Okay. Thank you, Levi. I guess bringing back to what I know, there are national frameworks, but if you're looking, of course, we're at the UN IGF. We look at the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child. I think that is the instrument from where a lot of national jurisdictions take that kind of framework and then codify it into regulation and law. And speaking actually really from the perspective of .kids being an internet namespace, a top-level domain, we're not a platform, we're not a content provider, but it is an internet top-level domain where people can create content, where people can have a domain name and create content. And the most important part when we're thinking about policies and frameworks in a space that is created specifically for children, and when I'm talking about children, I'm talking about, according to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, any person under the age of 18. So, as Aris has mentioned, there is a sliding scale, both in terms of maturity going through the actual physical age of the child or young person, and also there's a cultural aspect of it. You know, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in Americas, it is quite different what is appropriate or what is the children or the young people are exposed to. For .kids in particular, we've created a set of guiding principles, and really it's based on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but it is to create and foster an online space with the kid's best interests at heart. But what does that actually mean? It really means that there are certain types of content that should not be in this space. Types of content such as child abuse images, type of content such as, you know, extreme violence, things like alcohol and tobacco, which is legal for adults above the age of majority, but not legal for children under the age of 18, and depending on whatever jurisdiction you're looking at. Things like, you know, drugs and substance abuse, child labor, trafficking, and soldiers, and also things like that should not be there. And it's quite interesting for us to look at it in this standpoint, because when you're looking at other parts of the internet namespace, such as .com, .org, other things like even like .asia, there's no such restriction on this particular type of content, because we're not really in the business of trying to restrict content. That is more on the side of things like platform providers such as, you know, Facebook and Meta and other things like that. But if you are looking at to create a safe space, we need to make sure there are guardrails in place. That's not only you create the policies where these are guardrails there, you also create a way for people to report abuse. So that, I think, is very important. Having the policies set in place, having guardrails, and having a channel from which these abuses can be reported, and also a periodic review of such frameworks. Periodic review from people that are experts in, you know, child rights organizations, but also the agency of children themselves. They are quite sophisticated in certain ways to know what types of content which would be desirable or educational to them, and they also need to have the agency to have a say in what they would like to see, what they would like to create. There's a lot of kids and young people who are content creators now on different platforms, on their own website. So balancing that in the framework is quite essential, I think.
Awesome. Let me take a view of from the academic perspective, Aris. Are there some of the best practices with regard maybe to regional biases with regard to making sure that there is online child safety?
Okay, being in the academic sector, there are a lot of frameworks that are out there, but I would like to emphasize and concentrate more on digital competencies, because digital competencies can lead you to providing more security, and maybe students or maybe the young ones would be able to know on how to protect themselves. Because that is one thing that we need to look into. People need to know how to protect themselves. So that is really the first thing. And we must really first think about on how we are going to obtain this. So there are a lot of frameworks out there, and with regards to digital competency, especially the one that was crafted by the European Union, which is the DIGCOM framework. And also there are other digital competencies out there with regards to the framework. For example, I think the International Society for Technology and Education is another thing, which concentrates more on the younger ones, which is the K-12 portion, or the K-12 levels, wherein all of those have been crafted, and for each and every level, from the beginner's point of view, learners who are beginning to learn, up until the point that they were able to know what is right and what is wrong based on the standards that was created. And that is encompassing everything. This would develop the skills, not only the skills, the awareness also, and on how they would be able to roam around with regards to how technology is being used, how would they be responsible in utilizing technology with regards to anything that they would do moving forward. So those are quite some of the frameworks that maybe schools or even organizations might look into and maybe integrate it within their own.
Okay, thank you, Aris. Let me get to two people online. No, three actually. Let me get the thoughts on some of the current frameworks. If possible, maybe you could speak bias towards the region that you're representing. I think that would be great, or the sector that you're representing. Let me start with Maurice, then Pavo can come up, and then Andre. Maurice?
Thank you. I actually wanted to they've mentioned quite a bit on the frameworks as well. And what is important here is the cross-sectional and cross-regional work and advocacy groups that actually have come up from these and that contribute to these frameworks as well. And this is one of the important best practices, which is also important that we focus on as part of the overall question that we are looking at. So let me also just shed a few lights on that. I'll mention that for some of the organizations that have been involved in developing these frameworks and that have done fantastic work when it comes to the cross-sectional and cross-regional work and collaborations has been the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. As we know, they are the Dynamic Coalition, part of the Internet Governance Body or ecosystem, as some of you may know, and many of you now have been made aware of. Other cross-regional groups that I've come across that I've been very happy with in terms of the frameworks that they've employed as well to ensure all the voices in the multi-stakeholder model is taken into consideration when looking at online child safety regulations and policies, has also been the Internet Society Special Interest Groups. You can, and standing groups as well now, that has been updated. So please take a look at the online safety group, as well as the Internet for Education group. And then one of the other best organizations and kind of movements that have focused also on developing key frameworks and collaborating has been the National Children's Rights Intersectoral Coordination Committee. So the National Children's Rights Intersectional Coordination Committee is established to really facilitate collaboration between government and civil society organizations, right? So the NCRICC consists of your government, your civil society organizations, which are recognized as key partners in overseeing the protection and the promotion of our children's rights online. I want to quickly come back to what has been achieved through this and in terms of best practices and what it has birthed. When I just look at the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, which is, again, the dynamic coalition that focuses on children's online safety within the framework of the internet governance ecosystem that we have. They have actually been able to get in the voices of 60 individual and organizational members from civil society, private sector, academia, and government, and this is across the world. The individual outputs of these individuals and organizations are actually quite considerable, and it ranges from service delivery, law and policy development and implementation, goodness, also training, research, and advocacy aspects is taken, and all of this, right, is done with the goal of understanding, promoting, and protecting children's broad and diverse rights in relation to the digital environment. So yes, there's some work being done regionally, but there's been a shift as well to a more cross-regional approach and collaborative effort, right? And for time, I'm going to leave it there, and then I'll contribute a bit further on this and expand as we continue with the discussion.
All right, thank you, Maurice. Pavel, your take, maybe briefly.
Yeah, I actually won't take too much of the time on this because I feel that most of the technicalities of the frameworks have already been spoken for. So I guess I would just say that, you know, the frameworks, the governments have already like tended to tackle online related sexual exploitation and abuse with an emphasis on building the architecture to protect and rescue children, establishing legislation, pursuing and prosecuting abusers, raising awareness, reducing harm, et cetera, et cetera. And yes, these are essential components to the framework as a protection response. Internationally, however, progress is quite patchy. I'm talking about legal jurisdictions that Jennifer mentioned a bit about, because we fail to enact legislation sufficient to combat child abuse images, especially, or laws to criminalize grooming, for example. And finally, of course, there is a lack of awareness amongst parents and agencies with child protection responsibilities, because this is what we should be building the framework around. If I were to give an example from where I'm from, in Bangladesh, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of kids who really didn't know who didn't really use the internet as much before finally got on the internet and were obviously a victim, or a lot of kids were a victim of inappropriate messages, cyber harassment, and they told their parents about it, but their parents didn't know what to do, and there was no law in place on how does a parent help their child in this aspect, because they don't have that prior knowledge either, because it is such a new thing to them, not being online during this whole time. So yeah, if this could be a priority for policymakers and build a framework around that, then that would be my suggestion.
All right, let me get Andre and then get back to the room as we proceed to the next part. So the main question is, what are the current frameworks and the best practices in ensuring child online safety? Probably you could speak from your background and as well as from your region.
Thank you. I will share you with your Russian initiatives in the field of creating a safe internet for children and their education. And I believe that protecting children is primarily protecting them from destructive content and various dangers on the internet. And many children are subjected to abuse, deception, and bullying on the internet. And they need to be learned protection, not only from scammers, but also from peers who can bully them. And Russia has its own Cyrillic national domains focused on children's projects. This is domain .дети, children. This is the first Cyrillic domain for projects related to childhood. And I can tell you a little bit more our experience. Domain.дети is designed to promote the development of an informative, interesting, and safe internet for underage users, and to become a platform combining Russian language websites for children and parents. And the domain's mission.дети is to help improve the quality of internet used by children and teenagers by creating an internet space of trust, and that consolidates high quality and attractive entertaining and educational internet content, and makes the stay of children and teenagers on the internet comfortable and safe. And the main task of the domain.дети is combining high quality and safe content on one platform. And to do this, a two-stage monitoring system is configured in the domain zones, which allows you to find and quickly eliminate threats. And so we are positioning .data as a safe online space in which it's not scary to let a child go alone. And we also have the project study, The Internet Govern It, which is aimed at improving the digital literacy of children and teenagers. And since its launch, study, The Internet Govern It, has developed into a multi-platform combining various educational forms. So the basis of the project is an interactive portal with games, and with the help of which you can easily and effectively study the internet, the technologies that make it up, innovations, internet culture, rules for the safe use of personal data, artificial intelligence, smart technologies, and much more. As a part of this project, we conduct various quizzes, online tournaments, and an annual online championship for school children. And the project is more than 10 years old. It is useful for the development of digital literacy of children. Thank you. That's all.
Let me just get back in the room and ask Arevik for maybe more input on the question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will continue the ideas of Andrew. So when we speak about the ensuring child online safety, I think that one aspect of this big problem is the protection of minors from malicious contact, and the issue is beyond doubt. So harmful effects on minors in the internet can be expressed as follows. It's malicious content is malicious service interaction design, it's malicious communication, and online advertising. So in my opinion, they are the main areas that are now becoming the subject of regulation in the Russian Federation, but I think that it is the trend for all countries now. And if we speak about global prospects of national regulation, in my opinion, it's necessary now to develop a legislative framework at the national levels that will consolidate the status of the youth as a vulnerable group in the digital environment and establish the comprehensive protection, which will mean, in addition to providing access to the internet and information in the digital environment, ensuring respect for the privacy of children, prohibiting the discrimination in digital environment, and the formation of more a safer internet space for children. And at the moment, Russia mainly provides for a system of parental control, and the responsibility for what the child sees and reads practically lies in the hands of parents. And at the legislative level now, there are some discussion taking place on the possibility of adopting the requirement, the categorization of online content, including with regard to children, as well as requirements according to which service providers could have appropriate systems and processes to protect children from access to inappropriate content. And I think that it's also a general trend for all countries.
Wow, that's quite interesting. From these conversations, and I would like to believe there are also people who have a bit more experience in looking at online child safety or with regard to internet access for children. Just maybe a quick take. Are there any suggestions? Let me bring it back to the audience. Are there any suggestions with regard to how we can actually improve or update current regulatory frameworks with regard to ensuring children are safe online. Any text from the audience? It can be online or even in the room. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions with regard to how current frameworks that you may be aware of, or how you've looked at different laws or regulation on online child safety can be improved or updated? It can be from the people online or people in the meeting.
Okay,
Daria?
maybe I can take place. My name is Dara. I'm part of Net Mission Ambassador and Russian Youth Council for CCTLD. So for me, I think the main point here that most of the parents and older people doesn't really think that children need to be protected in online. This topic isn't discussed that much. Apparently in Russian legislative system, they just like my colleague just said, there's only parent control. So they don't really think they need to develop some laws in that part. So I think that's supposed to be discussed more, and so it's supposed to be, how do I put it? People have to really think about it. So maybe that's what's missing, at least for now.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts? You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ethan, and apparently I'm the old version, but I'm the IGF Youth Ambassador for 2021. Yeah, but I just wanted to say, in terms of regulation, that's one thing. So I won't add into the conversation in terms of what could be added to the current regulations. But what I can speak of is before we go into regulations and the effectiveness thereof, there's a prior conversation that is to be had around implementation, right? So in many countries, well, in some countries, we have data protection acts that speak to how data and privacy can be handled. Others don't. But one common theme that you find in most of these countries is there's still a lack of implementation on those laws. For example, the UK has the GDPR, which is considered as one of the strongest data protection acts, regulations around there. But in 2021, we saw TikTok being fined about 92 million for privacy concerns that children are. That affects children, and in 2022 they're being fined about 30 million. So we have the laws in some of these countries, most of these countries. Yes, laws are good, but I don't think the conversation should just be around the law itself. It should be, what implementation measures do we have in place so that if we have a law, we can implement what the law says. If we don't have a law, we still, as we build for that law, we have the mechanisms that are strong enough to ensure that we have a secure digital space for online usage.
All right, let me get maybe thoughts or input in case from the online moderator. That's for Stella and Dalio, if there are any contributions from the online audience.
Right, thank you, Levi. So I'll just go through some of the questions that we see online. So from the Internet Society Zambia, there's a question: how can we guarantee child online safety when adults are always busy in their professional agenda and leave their kids online unattended? And also a question from Judith on what are your opinions on age verification systems? Perhaps we could, any of the speakers, would you like to take these questions?
Okay, I don't know who would be up to take any of the questions. I think I'd like to get Aris on it because he made mention of something in that line. Or maybe you could just go over the question again, because I think I can't see it in the chat.
So it's like there are two questions. First is how to guarantee online safety when adults are always busy in their professional agenda. Oh, wow. Well, it really falls on the responsibility. And if, parents should also be given awareness programs at the start. Because, if they will not be aware, a lot of, the past generation, sorry to say, that we cannot guarantee that they are really more versed on what technology is now, not unlike their kids. So it's really hard for them somewhat to comprehend on what their kids are doing. So at the end of the day, if they would be given something like a program, very simple, you know, training program, or maybe just an awareness type of maybe a webinar, as simple as that, just to emphasize the things that what current technology has been doing and what its effects to their respective sons and daughters. Maybe that can lead to these particular parents to be more responsible in taking care and looking after their respective children. So it's really difficult as of this point. Just like what he mentioned earlier, there are really no implementation really with regards to what we really need to do. Well, you know, we really need to start at the bottom level. That is really, it's really difficult as of this point. But you know, that's only my opinion.
Jennifer, you want to make an addition?
Yes. Maybe I'll take a little stab at the question about age verification systems. It's right now it's quite patchworked. I think if I'm speaking from the U.S. standpoint, a lot of these websites really try to do this and implement this because they're trying to not let minors look at things like, you know, gambling sites, things like alcohol, or you know, adult beverage providers, things like tobacco, things like, you know, adult entertainment and porn, as well as, you know, things like movies that are rated above a certain rating for viewing. But the flip side also, I think the participant next to me has mentioned, is implementation. There's always this flip side is, how are you going to verify somebody's age if you're trying to access a certain database, which would be a national database? There's always data breaches, and different standards for different jurisdictions exist right now. I think that is the million-dollar question. If we're able to find a verification that is international, of course, that would be ideal for, I guess, content providers, platform providers, and things like that. But even when you're looking at social media sites right now, you know, you have to, when you go create an account, they ask you, are you above the age of 13? They don't really ask you to put in anything or any kind of like identification. It's kind of relying you on kind of an honor system. And that, for some content, that's fine. But for a lot of more extreme content, that is not fine. So I think the first step in trying to create something like that is to look at creating standards, creating secure standards that are able to access certain databases. But of course, there's always the data privacy laws, the regulations that go on in different jurisdictions. And then there's a whole other part that is quite interesting and problematic. If you're looking from the Asia Pacific standpoint, and also other communities that are underserved, there are a lot of undocumented people, not just children, undocumented people in general. So how do you serve these people, these vulnerable, underserved communities, if you require them to go to a certain government agency to get a certain ID? It becomes very problematic. You also have there's always the refugee population, which is also very vulnerable, and they are not documented either. So if you're looking at age verification, you have a whole gamut of issues ranging from data breach, data privacy, data regulations, to how to implement it. What type of content are you trying to stop people from looking at, and what type of audience are you trying to serve?
Wow, that's quite an interesting one. I don't know, we have two hands online. If possible, maybe we could get the questions in a row and then proceed to the next part of our conversation. We can start with Nicholas, and then I think there's another question from the Internet Society Zambia.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nicholas. I'm an Internet Society Youth Ambassador, but I'm also a lawyer, and I've had some work to do within the area of online safety and cybersecurity. Now, I think that first of all, the good thing is that within the digital space, online child safety appears to be one of the things that there's some unanimity among nations that it is not good and there's need to address it. So in my view, it appears that the conversation on standards is one that should be had on high-stake platforms like this. If together as a people and countries, we can move towards establishing some minimum standards and norms as far as online child safety is concerned. It will make it much more easier for developers of applications to, by design, make it difficult to access some of these content. For instance, mention has been made of sexual abuse content, pornography, and the other things. Applications, for instance, may by design have inherent switches that enable parents indicate whether that device is going to be used or whether at the time of installing that application is going to be used by a child or otherwise. That way, it makes it easier for them to monitor who accesses what and what it is they said. But I also think that it may help if we don't box all children into one box, because as we are all aware, these days, children have access to technologies and digital devices very early as 3, 4, all the way up to 16, 15. And the sort of content you may not want a 5-year-old to be exposed to may not be the same content you may not want a 15 or a 16-year-old to be exposed to. So maybe stratifying the child demographic may help in terms of deciding which content is too bad for which and which is better for the other. My 2 pence. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Let's have the question or comment from the Internet Society Zambia chapter briefly.
All right.
Before we move to the next round.
So my name is Wilking Sikazoi from IGF Zambia. I think my first question is how feasible is it to actually, or how attainable is it? What possibilities do you actually attach to actually achieving the child safety on the internet? Because, for example, in countries, in third world countries like mine, which is Zambia, we have a very huge gap in terms of the digital immigrants and the digital natives. So inwardly, kids know more about the internet than parents. So you have a parent actually asking a child how to actually use a device. And then here we have no controls over who's using your device. A child can actually access pornography and other materials on my phone whilst I'm not there. So I think one of the alternatives would be, in consideration to the larger view, why not just have a creation of an internet for kids, where you would have restrictions of what is posted there, why, and basically it would be an internet for kids and tailored for kids. And then I feel most of the frameworks being provided are only achievable in countries that have, I think, achieved a certain level of internet, I think, performance. In countries like ours, we don't think those frameworks are actually implementable because I think we have a lot of digital literacy around, especially with adults. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So while he was speaking, Jennifer was actually appreciating the fact that you need to have more of a space just specifically for kids, right? And I don't know if this is the right time to ask Jennifer. You have www.kids. Would you like to explain a bit more?
Thanks, Levi, and thank you, the intervention from Internet Society Zambia. I think that kind of just, it's almost like I coordinated with him, but I haven't met him before that. But it is interesting that you mentioned there should be an internet space for kids, and that is exactly what Dot Kids is trying to build, because we know that, you know, there's multiple ways and multiple things that we need to do to keep children safe online. It's not just one thing, it's multiple things. But giving them a space that already tells you, okay, in this internet space, there will not be content that is questionable. Will not be pornography, will not be child sexual abuse materials, gambling, extreme violence, that kind of thing. Having that space available for kids to then explore and create their own content and learn things, and for schools to have that space there too. So that's one thing, that's one playground that's available for kids. But I'm not naive, and I think nobody around this table or online are naive to think that the children will only be on this certain space, right? It also requires educators, teachers, parents,
and people who are around the children to keep that protection going on. Because I think there was a question earlier that Aris answered, is like, you know, how do we make sure they're safe if we just give them a device and leave the room? The same analogy goes. You don't leave the room with a child with a knife, right? You do not do that, and you not. I'm not saying that it's the same analogy of a device such as a phone or a laptop, but the potential of certain things that are abusive are important enough that you need education both from the child's standpoint as well as the people who are providing care for that child or that young person. And of course it would range from whenever the age will range, and then the kind of protections and the measures that need to be taken will also decrease or increase as appropriate.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Let me get a quick comment from Iris, and then we move to the last two parts of this session before we get feedback from the audience again.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and I do appreciate that what was mentioned by the Zambia chapter, and it crossed my mind. I did remember one thing that is very, very appropriate to kids and for them to be able to understand in the most simplest way on how they are going to deal with the internet. And I think Safer Internet had released a comic strip of how you're going to deal and how you're going to work around the internet. So it's like especially kids who would not want to read comic strips, right? Because that is the most simplest way to do it. Showing images and graphics and putting some conversations in a way wherein not just purely text, right? Let's go down to the level of the kids, because if we're going to show them those kind of materials, they will be more inclined in reading it. And I think if that would be implemented within the spaces that was being mentioned, which that would be as part of as a material, a reference material for them to be able to know what is not and what is necessary.
All right, thank you. So let me ask the second last question that I have from my end. When we talk about the whole lot of the frameworks, what needs to be done from the different stakeholders around the internet space, especially being biased towards having children safe online, my next question then is, what are some of the things that we need to consider in developing mechanisms to ensure that different stakeholders are fulfilling their responsibility with regard to child online safety? Let me start with you, Arevik.
So maybe I will answer in the different way. Okay, so I think that we need to make global efforts, and now we have no any international convention on the issue. And I think that here today at the IGF, at International Forum, I would like to speak about international level, yes? So returning to the issue of child protection on internet, it's important to note that ensuring the protection of children as a vulnerable group, it is urgent topic. And one of the examples of the initiatives in this direction, it is the initiative of 9 Russian largest digital companies. They have proposed an initiative to create alliance for the protection of children in the digital environment. And the main goal of this alliance for the protection of children in the digital environment is to create a child-friendly internet space, which will be based on creative and safe technologies and digital solutions that will allow children to develop harmoniously, meet the needs of the digital world, learn responsible behavior online, and form moral guidelines. And I think that it's important that the internet regulation should be carried not only at the legislative level from the top to the bottom, but also from the bottom to the up on the initiatives of IT companies and from the civil society. And I think that these initiatives is a great example of this. Thank you.
All right, let me maybe throw this question back to the guys online before we get back to the two that are in the room. How do we ensure that we develop these mechanisms that ensure that almost all the stakeholders involved in the internet governance space are ensuring that they're fulfilling their responsibility with ensuring to child online safety? I'll push it back to Andre, Pavel, and Maurice. Can start with Andre. Your talk. Is Andre still in the room, or he has dropped off?
I think probably his maybe connection is bad.
Okay, Pavel, then Maurice.
Yeah, so I wanted to just add to what was just being spoken by from the questions that came in from the previous question. So, there's the children's use of the internet and their behavior and their vulnerabilities online differ according to their age. So to be effective, protection strategies need to incorporate measures and messages appropriate to different ages and levels of understanding. And this effective protection strategies require, obviously, children's participation. We're talking about children and we need their input on what they think, could be a safer measures for them. We need their feedback as well. We can't just go around making strategies without consulting the people we're making the strategies for. And of course, particularly adolescents who I believe, have reached a certain age of understanding where their feedback can mean quite a lot, especially in terms of the design and implementation, as well as the empowerment of these kids. And of course, we talk about awareness so much. So obviously we have to empower the parents of these kids. We have to empower the adults who work closely with young people, the educators. We have to enable the support. They need support as well to understand this issue. We talk about the lack of understanding what what online safety is, and we need to use this information and communication technology and the risk of hazards that may encounter and prevent them. So I feel like everyone here needs to cooperate with each other, and we need to understand from the perspective and viewpoint of the people we're making these strategies for. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Pavel. Maurice?
Thank you. It's as if though Pavel and Arvik was reading from my notes. I completely agree with everything that they have just shared, and I wanted to just add on as well. I love the saying that was developed at the IGF Poland last year as well, and I continue to say this in every space as well. A little less talk, a little more action, please. When we talk about action, I want to see that the cross-regional collaborations, for example, should continue to be consistent, and it should actually be increasing globally. I want to see there be a facilitation and coordination, as well as synergies and collaborations, in the work of both the government and civil society organizations when it comes to the promotion, when it comes to the protection and the fulfillment of the rights of our children. And then to round off, again, it's like our previous speakers have emphasized over and over in their various ways, we have to strengthen the capacity, we have to strengthen the systems and the processes that relate, to the realization of children's rights, and we need to bring everyone to the table. And I specifically thought about the voices of parents and also the awareness of parents. We cannot emphasize the importance of their involvement and the inclusion, more. It's critical, because your first point of contact for your development, as we know, for children are their caregivers. And I was grappling as I was listening to everyone's contributions with, are we developing the messaging for parents in a way that parents can receive? And I really think we should also work this into every aspect of developing frameworks and advocating for the best practices that come from these collaborative engagements. That when we're speaking to a specific audience, like we've been very intentional when it comes to children to come down to their level, as one of my previous colleagues have mentioned, and produce the content in a way that they can absorb. Are we doing the same for parents based on their level of understanding and where they are? So meeting them where they are too, and communicating with them in ways that will grab their attention. Being a parent is not easy. I'm a mother of one and soon to be a mother of two. I'm pregnant. So I know what it is to be overwhelmed with responsibilities. I know what it is to want to do the best for your child, but there's just so much that you need to get to, and you wear so many different hats. It's important that we are aware of this, and that we when we are speaking to parents, when we are trying to bring them to the table, that we are cognizant of the life of a parent, and also the life of a parent based on where they are, whether they be a parent in Europe, whether it be a parent in Africa. The lived experiences is completely different. And we need to bring this also to the fore when we want to keep parents accountable for making sure that their children kind of absorb what we want to bring across in terms of online safety for them. Yeah, there's so much that I could say, but for the sake of time, I will leave it there.
All right, let me ask Jennifer and Aris to just maybe, Aris, just maybe in 2 minutes or so to just share your thoughts from the same before we move to the last part.
Well, I've been telling everyone about awareness, and that is really the thing here. And more often than not, again, if I would go down further in maybe putting the challenge to each and every institution out there, being an academician, wherein you need to implement something that would make the students, even they are in the beginning stages, learning stages, to be aware of all the things that can harm them and all the things that they can do that can benefit them moving forward. And I think that would be the key for them to be able to work on something and prevent, and, you know, protect themselves from any danger that they would be encountering in the future.
Well, so as my last question before I get comments and questions from the audience in this room and those online is, are social media companies or the big techs ensuring that they are accountable when it comes to online safety? Under a minute, if your answer is no, please give a solution on how we can make them accountable. If it's a yes, maybe you could give an understanding of course, how they're doing it. So in under a minute, I'll ask each speaker to just give their contribution. I'll start with those online. Pavel, you can go first. Andre, then Maurice. Then I'll get back to the room. Are social media companies or the big techs accountable when it comes to child online safety? Pavel.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Given the centrality of the private sector to the internet, especially these big tech companies and social media, it has major responsibilities in relation to child protection online. Social media companies have an obligation both to respect human rights and to seek to prevent or mitigate adverse human rights, which impacts directly linked to their operations. And not just their operations, but their products, their services, the advertisements they show, which is a byproduct of what people search online, especially what kids search online. So child abuse and exploitation are what I would say manifestly adverse human rights impacts, and social media companies should be held accountable. And just one more thing that I would like to add before we drop off. So obviously, the ads that are targeted for kids, we're talking about the data privacy of these kids. I feel like social media companies need to put something in place where they don't collect the data of children. As we know that these data is then stored and stored somewhere to then advertise certain games or products to these kids. So I guess there should be some kind of framework in place where parents at least have the knowledge of what kind of data of their children are being stored. And social media companies need to give us access to this knowledge as well. So that's it.
All right, thanks. Let me have Andre and Maurice under a minute each. Are social media companies or the big techs accountable when it comes to child online safety? Andre? Oh, okay. I've been told there's connection issues. Maurice, your tech?
Just really quickly, I agree with Pavel again. I couldn't have said it better myself. We know regulations around age verification, for example, really need to be clearer. Big tech is responsible, period. The issue with, for example, I just need big tech to come to the table more here is what I want to emphasize. And the issue, for example, with data on WhatsApp still being able to be interchanged between Telegram and Facebook is very problematic. And to be very clear, this includes the data of our children and our teenage users. Okay, so we need to call for transparency here on what is being shared, and also in terms of how long data is being kept online. Because yes, I've noticed there's been a good improvement in terms of images and data concerning your videos and those being removed. However, text is still often not deleted. So the right, for example, to be forgotten seems to have been forgotten. So big tech really needs to come to the table 100%.
All right, thanks. Let me get Arevik.
So thank you. For me, it's really a very interesting question, and I have made a lot of research on it. So in my scientific opinion, one of the best practices is represented by the UK. And I speak about the bill which was mentioned today, the bill on internet safety, and it marks the first attempt to codify the regulation of online content, and it aimed to create a legislative regime to combat illegal and harmful content on the internet. So the bill, which is currently under consideration, will establish the obligation for online platform to take care of the protection of their users, including child, and they should comply also with the codes of practice and ethics. And there is also will be a regulatory institution, OFCOM, and this body will controls the issue of online harm content. And so, in my opinion, in order to ensure the safety of children, it's necessary to introduce a responsibility for global platforms at the legislative level, using the example of this bill. So, yes, online platforms have a code which they must moderate contact, but these codes doesn't work always good, and it's even possible to implement some artificial intelligence so that it monitors such content. But if we speak generally, I think that the main thesis is that responsibility should be comprehensive, and all stakeholders should be responsible, including online platforms and social media. Thank you.
All right, let me just get a quick thought. I'll ask Jennifer to be the last. So let me have Aris. Social media companies, rather, really responsible when it comes to online child safety?
Good question. This will be very, very short. A big, huge, and absolute yes. Thank you.
Okay. Jennifer?
I will be as brief as Aris. I think panelists and speakers, both online and in the room, has already said everything that we all feel. They are very responsible, especially since the time that children and young people spend on these platforms. In fact, I guess Facebook, Meta now, and Google and all of these platforms, they do have safe search, they do have the technology, they do have the AI content filtering, they have actual humans looking at these too. They have all this, they have the resources. It's a disproportionate amount of resources that they have. Of course they can improve, and of course they should be at the table. In fact, if we do a follow-up workshop on this topic in any other internet governance fora or kind of RightsCon or anything like that, it would be very interesting to have them at the table, for them to listen to our concerns, for them to explain what are they doing, what steps are they improving on, and I think that's the kind of conversation we should have, especially here at IGF.
All right, thank you. Now, just before we wrap up, are there any comments? Maybe let me get two or one. Any comments or thoughts based on what we've looked at so far from the audience? Yeah.
Just a few thoughts. I think regarding how we're going to strengthen the responsibility of the different stakeholders on these matters, I think it's really important that we start with what we already have. So we do have, since last year, the general comment number 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment. And I come from Brazil, and looking at the reality in Brazil of the legislators and the regulators, I don't see that document that was put out by the Committee on the Rights of the Child being implemented. So I think we really need to think on how we're going to monitor the implementation of this sort of these parameters. I'm sorry, and also cooperate with different stakeholders from different countries to make sure that they are being implemented everywhere. About the responsibility of big techs, I think they're responsible, and that's that. But I think a lot of the harms that come from those products and the usage of those products by children, they come from the very business models of those companies. So I don't think we can stop on making them comply with certain parameters. We really need to take a step further and think on how we're going to endorse the development of alternatives to those applications that are on their very core harmful. And for doing that, we really need to get children involved and understand what their needs are, what it is about those applications that make them so attractive to children. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to develop alternatives that are going to be attractive to them. So.
All right, thank you. Let me just have one more comment. Oh, two. Okay, yeah, the last two then. Please speak under a minute each, and then we can wrap up. I'll start with Ethan, then I'll come back to you, Ma.
Yeah, mine will be brief. I think to the question of what we can do to make sure big tech is, comes to the party is basically, I think we have to address what they care about most, and that is they care about making money. And so, yeah, our solutions should be around how we can ensure that if they do, if they don't take care of the issues that they should be around child safety, then we are hitting them where it hurts. Fining TikTok 30 million when they're worth 58 billion is nothing to them. They'll make that in a week. So I think that's where the issue is, and if we can address that, then they will comply.
All right, thank you. The last comment.
Hi, my name is Ezine from Nigeria. So I want to speak from someone from a developing country. I think that we need to create more awareness. How do we do this? We need to educate the parents, educate the children, and most importantly, communicate the punitive measures to the predators. If we focus only on the children and the parents, the predators will keep improving with their antics. So I think we need to put more emphasis on the punitive measures and create more awareness, because from where we come from, some of us come from, we are grappling with so many things, but then this is a universal issue. And I also think that maybe we need to transcend from policy to action and implementation. And lastly, I think we also need to lay more emphasis. We have special days, we recognize special days for some things. Online safety for children is a universal issue. So I think we need to create more awareness, lay more emphasis, find a day where we would talk more about it, and continue the discussion even beyond IGF in our various smaller communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thanks to everyone for participating, for taking time to just be part of this conversation. So in closing, these three things have come up often. Let's all be ensuring that we are creating awareness, number one. Secondly, ensuring that we push for implementation of some of the things that we are advocating for. Because without implementation, we still get back to this conversation of what needs to be done without necessarily having them achieved. Then lastly, we still need to take action from all ends, regardless of the sector that we're coming from, and we seriously need to ensure that. So as a way of concluding, I want to say thank you once again for being part of the conversation. I wish you a great interaction at the Internet Governance Forum for the rest of the sessions left. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Oh, I forgot one more thing, sorry. Apologies. I would actually like to say thanks to the team that has coordinated this. Special thanks to Stella, Bea, Dalio, Daria, and Pio for being the background people online. But utmost special thanks to the participants and the speakers, as well as the team that coordinated this. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you. It was great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi, for moderating.
Thank you.
Pulling it all together.
I'd just like to add something.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's okay. It's okay. Jennifer.